synthesize, I analyze, I am the eyes. Yeah, they stand in lie, I stand in truth. That's my I am alive, I am alive, I am alive. I channel God, the frequency lives inside. Delinquencies leave aside, just look inside. I promise you'll find bodies the synagogue. You lie to self, then you sin to God. I take the end of lines, put it in a loop, then I tie a knot. This eternal life, this is Heka'u. We can never die, we are immortalized. They live mortal lives. I am more than man, I have God inside. Whoa. Opened the door and then I got inside. Found my inner child, gave him a hug, told him I love him, we gon' be alright. And then I gave a smile, you made me more than proud. Shed some tears, let us scream aloud, a stand in pride. Grabbed his hand, it was the hand of God, our fingers five. Double time, we put hands to sky. Raise them high, this is DUAT. Praise himself, praise each other, praise to health, that is the root to wealth. Praise comes from per, and it means to sell. See, that's what preachers do, buying souls, selling hell. Disguised as heaven, pushing P. Differences between prophet and prophecy. The Bible is a prop to see the lies of man, portraying God open-eyed to see. Telling tales of wanderings, I've been wondering, they don't know that we're the real wonders. Miracles, when I speak it thunders, literal. You feel it under your flesh when your organs start to rumble. Heartbeat, you're listening to vibrations as my heart speaks. Stretch minds, I have far reach. Raj General, this is me. This is pinnacle. Step on sinister, everyone is demons these days. Trust me, once you step to us, you will not leave as you came. See, we ain't the same, raising names. Real fame comes from Ba, it means to speak, to say. I have lots to say. My ancestors taught me how to pray, ask and receive. Given that you live in reciprocity, our Ba shall speak through you to give our message of praise. Hands raised, this is DUAT. This is DUAT. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is DUAT. Giving praise. They're only giving praise when they receive a raise. Like, thank God I receive a raise as I rise up every single day. Raise comes from res, giving life the sun's rays, hands embrace. Consciousness extinct, even the ones who think they are woke are still asleep. RESI means to watch and it deals with what you see. RESI means to dream and it's the tongue of the speech. Watch what you speak, bring dreams to reality. Watchtower, watch me tower over with power. This is more than album, this is pure magic. Creation vibrations, layers on layers. Prayers on prayers, demon slayers, soul cakes of fire. Caught up in a rapture like I need a baker. The Lord has risen, watch the bread rise. To give sustenance, I've seen death eyes. The moon is my left eye, praise Yah, DUAT. This is House of Aten. I don't have a mask on, I'll tell you all what happened. I see they got the facts wrong, flow fluid. Walk with ancestors like I'm Is. Who's this? Greek named Anubis. Prove it. I see bodies walking around soulless, clueless. Ani Ptah, don't compare me to Steve Jobs. Call me Ptah Sakar. If you need to do more research, search Ray. Hands in vagina plays when pray. Spitting seeds into the womb to birth and raise. See, that's parades. Give thanks like it's in your hands. Collect them plates, ancient stele. Step through fire, see we trailblaze. Fate and faith, this is knowledge. Facts will flip a fake. Tell me what's at stake to give thanks. Hands raised, this is DUAT. This is DUAT. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is DUAT. Scribal SESHions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it there, so can I take it? Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow, with the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed 'em. You cannot read in vibrations that none of them speak. Walk a meadow, netter, light is feather is heavy to learn that your will isn't free. Netter willing, I continue to lead with my ebas. I'm sweeping my consciousness clean. Training in realms that are unseen. My aura is some set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my eye, this is all seeing. I we supply 93, that means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting in this year. Wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief. I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized. No wonder everyone sleeps. Open your eyes. It's time to set off the alarms. The performance self-harm. Don't you know you're a star? God in human form, and you rise with the beast. More than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famines expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing the hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you're only a man and that God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have distinction between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaf, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my art, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the all. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
You and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore. Ma'at. Hotep.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lethal, flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lethal, flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jinns. Sword, swang, samurai, I am Shem. Suhor, son of Heheru, I am him. King, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jinns. Sword, swang, samurai, I am Shem. Suhor, son of Heheru. Words powerful, Hekau. See proof, you can feel the roots. Gone, just look up, I am proof. Breaking doors down, make some room. But I is now speaking through me.
Hotep, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hotep, welcome to the House of Aten, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Natiru. Presents Scribal SESHions number 13, The Writings of the Hidden Realm, Hour 1, by the mighty Ptah Aten Tehuti. Before I introduce these great brothers on the panel, we will begin every week as we do with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at, Un-N-S, Nintat Osat Ma'at, Menhepapet Ma'at, Her in Hukui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everybody. I'm the mighty Atef Remkem Ma'at. I'm the esteemed steward of the Venerable House of Aten. As a devoted disciple of the master teacher, the illustrious Tehuti AMENHOTEP Ra, I proudly undertake the role of the sagacious host for the weekly gathering within the sacred halls of the House of Aten. Here we delve into the profound teachings that illuminate the path of Ma'at. In the sacred sanctuary of the House of Aten, I guide fellow seekers on a journey of enlightenment and understanding, drawing from the wellspring of ancient wisdom. Our gatherings are profound explorations into the depths of truth, meticulously deciphered through the lens of ancestral artifacts and the profound teachings bestowed upon us by the great Tehuti AMENHOTEP Ra. My commitment to the pursuit of wisdom extends beyond the confines of our weekly gatherings. As a true-hearted devotee of truth, I strive to embody the essence of Ma'at in all aspects of life, expressing unwavering love for my people. My soul resonates with the harmonious frequencies of the metal nectar. I stand as a loyal guardian of Ma'at, steadfastly defending the sacred principles that govern our existence within the House of Aten. Next, we have the mighty Menkur Ra Mary Ma'at as a student of the master teacher Saba Tehuti AMENHOTEP Ra and a follower of Ma'at. Menkur Ra is the head of the festivities organized in the House of Aten, cultural enlightenment advisor and a teacher, developer of the pathways of awakening, and director and producer of documentaries, and a researcher of ancient civilizations, and a researcher of the knowledge of spells. Next, we have the great, the Jed Sajem, is a seeker of divine wisdom, the wisdom with universal structure, the wisdom that remains the same from every perspective, the wisdom that adapts to any interaction, the wisdom that creates silence, the wisdom that sustains the House of Aten. And without further ado, our presenter for the night is the mighty scribe Ptah Aten Tehuti, is a teacher of knowledge, a spoken word artist, a creator awakening the sleepers and healing the chosen ones through sound vibrational tone and conscious thought. He's the Sab, the wisdom door opener, and the lead organizer of the House of Aten movement. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Natiru Study Guide Sunday. Peace, great brothers.
Peace, peace. How y'all feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good, brother. Just traveling, just got off the road. Feels good to be sitting here at my desk. been doing a lot of moving, but you know, I'm here, great brothers. Good to be here with y'all, brothers. I was rushing trying to get home so I could start on time, so I'm glad I was able to make it. But how you brothers feeling?
You know, we doing good. Glad to see that you're back. Safe travels. You're a busy man. You probably done traveled across the country several times. You're yeah, you put in work on that road, man. You a borderline truck driver.
Hey, for real, right? I'm serious, right? That's for real. But yeah, it's good though. You know, it's good to be able to spend time with family and see family and do different things. I have some expected family members as well. They'll be giving birth soon, so just a lot of you know how it is, the preparation that go into that. So that's another thing, and you know, just doing what we do, just striving, trying to elevate, brother. You know, it's nonstop, but I'm gonna tell you something, bro. It is nothing for me. It's nothing like being home. I love going out. I love traveling here, there. I enjoy it, right? But if we like, hey, let's just stay home, I'm good with that too. We don't gotta go nowhere. I'm good. But you know, it's a beautiful thing, like I said, to be able to travel and experience different things and expose my children to different environments and different people and stuff like that. It's a beautiful thing, man. You know, I love the time that we in. What better time than now? You know what I mean? So it's great, brother. It's good to see y'all two brothers. You know, always ready for the Scribal sessions.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. That's gonna be something I've been very interested in lately. The DUAT. So and immortality. So this is gonna be, you already know how Ani coming, so I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, Scribal Sessions definitely gives you more than expected. Definitely the Aten of Tehuti. Really excited for this wonderful presentation. And yes, we definitely know how Ani get down. So yeah, man, we feeling good. We're feeling great. Podcast was great last night. You know, as always, Saba do his thing. And you know, that's always a great thing. We talked about the pathways, had a good time with that, and you know, just everybody expressed their insight of everything. So it was a beautiful thing, man. We enjoyed it. Like I said, it's good that everybody's back home safely. And hey, you know, we in here. Another wonderful Sunday class.
Yeah, that was powerful. Saba's teaching on the real name for Karnak. That was definitely powerful. And the Sa, metanetter for castle, temple, walled building, fort, fortified, gateway. He just, you know, he just continued to show that he in a class by himself when he comes to teach. And then he represents the Netaru and the Netaru words. And so it's just transformational when you hear the actual names of land, like locations, some of the principles and concepts of Tamari. He is very committed to the ancient ones and what they said, what the followers of Ma'at said. And so, you know, that was very powerful to listen and to witness his teachings, as always.
Yes, like I told Saba yesterday, when he showed what is being echoed in today's time, individuality, it's nothing but Egyptologists who had their own culture, studied Kemet, learned it like Budge, all them. But they were individuals. They didn't follow the culture. They were just influenced. They was fluent in it, and definitely studied. But they kept their own culture. Individuals, it was just for argument purposes, and that is what's being echoed today. There's no synchronicity. There's no oneness. There's no unity. Everyone's just echoing just from what these Egyptologists has put forward. And when he dropped that, man, oof, that hit the Eve hard. And like I told him, man, that was the bow on the gift. That was for sure. He packaged that breakdown and build up phenomenally. So to the great Saba Tehuti AMENHOTEP Ra.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
The Eep. Yeah, that's it. The Eep. Temple of Amen Ra. So that was very powerful, and yeah, Saba has he's been consistent in that messaging, and I love how he showed the original name for message, the Aptu. That was powerful. Then how he showed the Eve on the left side and leading with the left foot, and how the heart and soul, the Eve is the heart of the soul. So Saba's like, yo, this is like, stop the madness. Like, you know, he was talking about how Karnak, it sounds, it sounds good, but that ain't the actual Ren. And so when it comes to Rens, we don't play. When it comes to the Metal Netter, Saba don't play. So it's a beautiful thing to witness so much truth come from Saba and how he is really representing the Netaru. And that is not talking about represent. Like he's one of them ones. He's a real one. He's like, this is what it really is. The conscious community is atheist. Yo, the Egyptologists ain't really about that life. You know what I mean? The Greeks and the Romans, it's just the psychosis is to name it something else so you don't get the cultural essence of what it really is. And so all you can do is say holy, holy, holy to Saba, because he's so dedicated and he's committed, and he in it for life. 30 plus years. All you can do is salute and give a standing ovation to what he represents.
Yeah, most definitely. One thing that I love that Saba said, he said if you he said try to get into a debate with Butch and all of them, they'll destroy you. They got it down packed. They got it. They're fluent in the culture. They know it, but all spirituality is gone. It's absent from it. They don't follow it. It's completely pulled away. And I love when Saba speaks on where the current state of mind is and why it's in that current state. And when he reveals that, all you can do is go within, because the brain holds so much information. The brain holds so much information. When I say by information, I mean, culture and things that, we've been surrounded by in ways that we've picked up, all these different ways that we picked up. They're stemmed from somewhere. There's a root. There's a root to the reason why we think the way we do, why we respond to certain things the way we do. Those things have some form of root to it, whether it's willingly or unwillingly, knowing, unknowingly, they're still there. And when Saba does things like that, man, that is that's game changer. That's a form to me of Pekka Mku, if one can hear Sejim, what he is saying. And that is that right there is phenomenal. Me and Gabriella was listening to the class again today, just throughout our day, just re-listening, watching the class, and yeah, man, that is people just spend time in that class. Spend time in it. Examine oneself and really check and find out why do we have certain defense mechanisms that is within us that prevents us from uniting and moving as one, moving with one frequency, moving as one consciousness, moving with chain of command and ranking system and understanding one's gift and understanding that is a class to really imbue. So yeah, Hotep Hinu.
That's powerful, great brother. I'm glad you added that, and because you being able to catch the wisdom is really never, because what Saba is saying is they're just looking at the culture almost as if it's just literature, right? Like Saba's like, this is a spiritual system, like that was imbued and entangled in double entendres, and this is the power of it. The way they're looking at it almost is like a professor teaching a class, and people are just trying to get through the class, get a grade, and go on with their lives. No, it was much bigger than that. They were entangled with nature and immortality, and that's so fitting with what Ani's about to teach, because and the reason why we are moving the way we move, because we are not in the frequency or like people, when you're in the matrix, you are not moving in the frequency that they were moving in, because the sound vibration is there if you're speaking a Masonic language. And so we're not unified because of not being in the energy and frequency that they were in. So that's so powerful that you picked up, and it's so fitting that Ani is about to do the class that he is about to do. And so we're in the culture here at House of Aten is constantly shifting, right, and going higher and higher. And it's a beautiful thing to see Saba excitement of the Rens of everybody is on the panel. So it's just a beautiful thing how things are just how things are developing and moving forward and moving higher in the House of Aten.
Yeah, that's why the commentary can be dangerous if one doesn't know, what the ancestors are really saying, what they said in their own words. That's why I love that Saba and Ani points out that they always speak on that, like, you got to be careful of the commentary that they're throwing in, because one coming in to the culture, you can't take it from the perspective of the one who is trying to explain what is going on, right? You can take the language, try to formulate it into English words, but interpretation and what they're talking about, that can be very dangerous. That could be very dangerous if one takes that word for word. And that's why I can also see, that's why, like Saba says, people are low-key atheists. They don't really believe in anything. It's just literature. It's just argument. It's for argument purposes. It's for things that way, because they're taking these books and they take the commentary and they say, bam, this is what it means. Oh no, this doesn't exist, or this is not real. This is pseudo. This is A, B, and C, and there's no spirituality that is attached to it. This is all, like you said, literature, and that's very dangerous, and that's why I even understand even more why Saba say, no, what did the people say themselves? Like, what did they say? Forget the commentary. I remember when Saba, I watched the debate when Saba was battling that brother Truth Ministries, and while he was speaking, I hear he's talking to one of his Naterts, and he says, "Man, like, is this a?" Or he was talking to the judges, like, "Is this a is his presentation commentary?" I didn't know that we were just he didn't present nothing. He was just regurgitating what the commentary was saying. And that's what he was living off of. And And that was his argument. So he's just reading word for word of the commentary, which follows none of the culture, which follows nothing, does not, and that was his stance. And when you look at that, imagine what that is doing to just imagine what is that doing to a collective consciousness of people who are picking up reading the Sebaites, but the commentary has more weight to them than the actual writings do. And that's the trap. That's the setup. That's the sending one astray. And yeah, that's why the House of Aten exists. And we here to correct all of that. Hotep Henu.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing because Saba lives it, right? And so, and Saba, as he has been living it and coming into an understanding of living it and learning it and teaching it, he's able to fully imbue it. And so that takes him to a different realm, right? Because he really understands and the importance of this not fully being taken from us, right? So he is standing on business. Like it's a powerful, beautiful thing. Say, yo, I live, you know, I'm living in Ma'at, you know, and this isn't, I don't want, because what the atheists and the Egyptologists are doing is misleading and misdirecting people because they don't understand the spiritual essence of it. And because Sab is a magician, he is teaching outside of the matrix, and he can do out of bodies, and he can take anything to the Netaru and get correction on it and get the actual information on how to live it and how to teach it. So that's a powerful thing. You know what I mean? The energy that he's been in for so long.
You know what I say? I say they just good rappers. They just sound good. And they not living it. They not living the culture. So they studying it though. Studying it, and they know it well, but they ain't living it. That's what I love about it. Is that we get the example, and we get to use it to our advantage. Like, you know, we get to use the knowledge for our growth and elevation versus just studying it for knowledge. Because I know I'm advancing for sure. And life is like this. Whatever you not changing, you choosing. So, you know, it's a conscious effort that what we're doing here is we're changing, all of us. And it's good to watch, you know, and it's good that we have the guidance of Saba to guide us, as well as each other, you know, the guidance from each other that we provide for each other to support and what we're building here at this house. So yeah, it's great because, like he says, it's the consciousness that built Kemet, you know, and that consciousness is us. We just have to recognize it and then begin to utilize it. So welcome back, Ani. You good, great brother? You ready?
Hotep, great brothers. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I was just listening to the build. Y'all great brothers were building on some powerful stuff. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick, I'm sorry, Ani, I was just going to say, Tef, I like what you just shared, and it's a beautiful thing that Saba is receiving the energy that he's been putting out, because he got an axe, right, at the pathways, and then he got an axe and a flail, right, and he gave out rims, right, and he came with Cobra, right, and so on and so forth. So for him to be seeing the reflection of the spirituality and the culture and the eaves of the members of the House of Aten, for us to have the opportunity to be a reflection of Ma'at is so dope, right? Who do you know that people bring them axe? You know what I mean? And the heck and the flail and all the, you know, offerings that Saba got. It's just a beautiful thing.
All right, Hotep Henu. Tef, you're super red, great brother. You look like set. Hotep to you, great brother.
Hotep. You see, I'm just, you know, I'm messing with the light and just, you know, yeah, trying to get my nook poo on. Oh, let me see if I can do it. I don't know.
Yes, Hotep Henu, great brothers. Amun Ka, Hotep, great brother. If you could post the Facebook class in the Kometiu group for me, great brother. I would appreciate that. All right, so we are ready to get started. Let me come back to the. All right, everything is organized. All right. Hotep Henu Makaru. Everyone, peace and love. Hotep to Amun Ka, Tut Tehuti and Amunet Ka'at, Es Ankh Tut Tehuti. Hotep and Henu to both of you, our great moderator and our social media manager here at the House of Aten. DUAT for all the works that you're doing. Bijan Farrell, peace and love. Hotep to you, good brother. I see that you're, I sent him a voice email. He definitely checks his email. So if he doesn't respond within the next day, just send another email to him. And I'm sure he was actually looking for you. He called for you yesterday. So he'll definitely respond to you. So if you don't get a response in the next day, just send another email, great brother. Peace and love to Minty Hotep. Don't forget to hit the like on your way in, everyone. Yes, Tua, everyone hit that like button. Share this to your social media platforms. Spread this. And a lot of the classes and teachers that I bring forward are not necessarily for, you know, large groups, which is why at this particular time, with where we're at as a whole with the House of Aten, I want to get a lot of these classes out early, and this particular Scribal session is going to be the first of a series that I'm bringing forward for anyone who wants to participate in them, because there's nowhere that you can go to receive teachings and guidance on any of the afterlife teachings that are not the Perm Haru, the coffin texts, the pyramid texts, as everyone commonly knows them as. So I will be providing one, if not the only class teaching on the different variations of the DUAT, the Netzer Kurt, that the great ancestors left for us. So and I'm excited about that, and this will be the first of that series. So it's going to be very nefer. So I hope everyone is ready and that you have your notes, and that you're ready to learn. As the great ancestors dedicated their lives to bring this information, this knowledge, this rek, to first to themselves, and by doing that, we now have access to it, and that's a beautiful way to have a perspective when doing something, and when you do it for self, the benefit of it will permeate when it's done within Ma'at, and it's potent, it's powerful. Everything that the great ancestors did now becomes an artifact, right? Imagine you create something, and 2,000 years from now, something that is just your personal item becomes an artifact that the entire planet wants to have a piece of, and places whatever price that they want to on it. And the great ancestors were just living their lives. So that's a super deep, very powerful. And so yes, I'm looking forward to this and see what I put in here. A lot of times when I present the Scribal SESHions, I don't even remember all of what goes in here, because there's different Heka'u states of consciousness that I go into to bring forward these classes. So it's a wonderful thing. Hotep, great brother Dejed Sajim, how you doing, great brother?
Hey, peace. We doing good, man. Excited. Like I said earlier, man, we excited for, Scribal SESHions. You never disappoint, great brother. So definitely excited, man. Definitely, it's good to be a part of AUT, that is standing on Ma'at and has imbued itself within the spirituality rather than just the information and, for argument purposes. So, to a great brother, definitely excited. Floor is definitely yours, great brother. I don't want to take up no more of your time.
My Al brother, Hotep. Hotep to the great Minku Ara came back in 8K. Hotep, great brother, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm very excited. I think I put out what do I want to say? Requests for these kinds of teachings. So, Hinu Hotep, to you for answering the call and representing the Neteru. I believe this is what is necessary. Two of my personal goals that I think align with the House of Aten's organizational goals is definitely focusing more on immortality, and how, we can set, the members of the House of Aten to set up. And then my second personal and organizational goal is to visit Tamari, to feel the energy, the spiritual, cultural energy of the Neteru. So I love how in alignment and the Heka'u of what happens here all the time. So I know I'm in the right place with the right people. And so it's a beautiful thing of how the Neteru is providing. So Hinu Hotep, great brother, sending you peace, power, protection, and prosperity as you teach. And this will reach internationally to give the healing and Heka'u that is necessary for us to be in a frequency of unity.
Hinu, great brother. Very nefer medu. You have a great way with words, great brother. Tua, for that. And yes, when we were at the Pathways, me and a few of the brothers were building. Son of Kepara was there. Hoping to see you in the chats. Angela Gates, great sister, send out the message to Son of Kepara. And yes, a lot of the conversation that we had made me helped me to realize that it's important for me to bring some of these teachings forward. And there's a particular way I want to do it. But with that, this will be the first of many. And I'm looking forward to seeing the results from what I bring forward, and the appreciation for this, as with what I'm about to teach in this session, it just doesn't exist yet. I'm about to bring it into existence. So yes, Hinu to you, great brother. Atef Rim Kima'at, you there? Hotep Hinu, I want to speak to you as well before I get started. How are you doing, great brother? If you're there.
Hotep, I'm here, great brother.
All right, Hotep Hinu, how are you?
Can you hear me? I'm good, great brother. How are you? Just a little tired, but just keep on moving, brother. You say it best.
Wonderful. Glad that you are where you're at safely, all the traveling and traversing that you're doing. Yeah, I'm happy that you are safe and sound. You and your family, great brother. Sending much love to you, and Tua for the tincture as well. I've been taking that and feeling great. So Tua for that.
Nini, great brother.
Yes, add that to my concoction. So wonderful. You don't know how excited I am to see to have some TEF products. It's been like a thing we've been talking about for like over a year. It's like to be able to hold it now. I love that. That's just hekau in like real time.
Yeah, it's a lot of heck I went into that too. That back there, that's I don't know. Me and Jada be making medicine, man. Me and Jada, we be growing our own stuff, making it. And my children love it. They take it, they use it. And it's funny because medicine don't taste good, so trying to find something that your children take without complaining is good. So I think I found a nice little something because it's flu season coming up down here, and a lot of people be suffering from different things. So it's important that we keep our immune system where it's supposed to be, because that's definitely important, especially when we know they after us. You know what I'm saying? So gotta stay healthy, brother. So Hotep Ahenu to you and your family, and to the great brothers on the panel. For sure, I'm here, and I'm glad you like it, good brother. It's a lot of hekau went into that. A lot. Like, that's my personal. So for sure, that's for the family. So, I'm glad you was able to benefit from it, good brother.
Yes, absolutely. Tua Hinu. All right. Upesha Hati, Hotep, great brother. Peace and love to you, Hotep Marie. To you, Nukpu. Medusin. Absolutely. Hinu to you, great brother. Nukpu. All right. So let me switch screens here and see before I begin. Let's see.
No, I can't hear nothing. Let me see on the YouTube.
No, I can't hear any music either, great brother.
I can hear it on the YouTube.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Tua, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, hear my voice. Okay, Tua. All right. Tua, everyone. Oh yeah, I wanted to do one thing before. Let me make sure that this works properly. Let's see. Okay, I think we're back. Just gotta refresh. Yes, we're back. All right. Wonderful, because I did not want to have to make a whole nother
Yeah, you're good on YouTube. I can see you.
Okay, wonderful.
On the VOD and the Voodoo Ninja, we can just see your OBS sign, but that might not matter. Okay, now we can see you.
Okay.
Hinu to the Netaru. Hekau.
Hekau. All right. Okay, so let me check the other things. Rumble is good. Facebook though. Ended. So let's let's do this. All right. Everyone can hear me. Everyone put a 9 in the chat if you can hear and see clearly this stream here.
Yeah, I don't see us on the Facebook feed.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that didn't do properly. Okay, that's good. As long as we're good on YouTube and Rumble. We're going to work through it, everyone. Patience is key in these type of situations.
Fight back. Fight back.
Exactly. All right, Miku Ara, if you could speak to the people momentarily until I can get Facebook up.
Sure, great brother. Peace and love, everyone in the chat. If you could share, if you have any knowledge about the first hour of the hidden RAM, put a Y for yes, put a N for no. If you have read, heard, seen anyone teaching on the first hour of the hidden realm. I think Tef has through a little bit through our guy from Magical Egypt. I think it's John Anthony West. If anyone has read E.A. Wallace Budge books, have seen anybody on YouTube teaching about the subject, let us know in the chat. Let me see. Let me see. Nook said, whenever you are facing technical difficulty, channel your inner Ani. Hotep, Hinu, that's dope. Nook put an N for no. Angela Gates, an N for no. Hush Nation said, I just saw a hit and run a couple of days ago while attending a funeral. Huh? Angela Gates put an N for no. Robert Williams put a Y for yes. Hush Nation said the people are right though. That's good to hear, great brother. Robert Williams, what knowledge have you seen, read, or heard on the first hour of the hidden realm? Share that with us, great brother, in the chat. That would be wonderful. So as we know, in Tamari, the concept of what is it? As above, so below. This is very important. In my next presentation, I'm going to be sharing some information touching on this subject. So I'm very excited to be ahead of the synchronicity. Always a beautiful thing, as our Saba Tehuti has taught us. Let me check the chat again, see if Robert Williams has replied. Hush Nation said hidden realm. Hush Nation said my bad. No problem, great brother. You can express yourself on anything that's on your eve in the chat. Yeah, it's definitely devastating if it's during a funeral and somebody did a hit and run. Man, no kind of courtesy or decency anymore. That's crazy. Angela Gates says, fight the powers that shouldn't be. Yes, Hotep New, great sister. Basatet said, N for no. He has not really had a thorough teaching on this information. Hashneshin said, two of my brother. And exactly, yes, great brother. Robert Williams said, the channelers, a girl speaking of shadow work. Okay, Tua, great brother, for your response. Yeah, this is powerful because we want to move fearlessly throughout all realms that exist. So we're very appreciative to Ani Ptah for guiding us in this realm.
All right, Tua Hinu, great brother. Tua for that. We're back up and running. Facebook is good. Rumble is good. Everything is good. So wonderful. To everyone for your patience as you know, we work through these energetic conflicts. All right, so yes, the support links are pinned to the top of the chat. Tua Amun for posting the links. I just pinned them to the top. And support this class, support this session, and share this out. All right, so here we go. And there is the PayPal and Cash App that you can scan, as well as utilize those links in the bio for those who are watching on the playback. Support. Show your reciprocity for all that goes into bringing this forward. All right. Okay. Got my tones and we are ready. All right. So, let me see if I have the All right, so with this being Scribal Sessions number 13, and the significance of the number 13 and what that represents with the waxing and waning of Yah, of the moon. At this particular time, it was very important for me to bring the consciousness of that forward in the ways that I do it, and with that comes a lot of heka. At this particular time, there is a lot of action that's taking place in the hidden realms, and it is beginning to present itself in a more I won't say direct way because it's still multiple veils, but I observe a lot of different spaces, and I keep my eye and ears on a lot of different places that I know is in motion. And at this particular time, there definitely is a conscious war going on. And it's important for us to begin to learn even more so the importance of tapping into these hidden realms so that you gain more control over what happens with you and what occurs around you, and how to deal with different situations that may occur. And so with that, beyond the layer of the realms that we have access to within this waking Ankh life, most people know as the astral realm or the Ka realm. The great ancestors were the first ones to bring forward teachings of this place that exists, that is deeper than what we have access to through astral travels or things of that nature. So it's important for me to bring this forward to everyone in the way that the great ancestors taught. There's always a lot of commentary. I heard the brother speaking about that earlier, and which is good to start out. But as we learn to read the Medu and find the research to take us directly to the words themselves, it's important that we do so. So let me share my screen and make sure that everything is copacetic before we continue. All right, let me do this here. To Abidjan for that. I appreciate that. Let's see. There's a lot that goes into presenting on these platforms and doing the production behind the scene. So again, just patience. All right, let me see if I got this how I want it. Okay, there we are. If everyone can see my screen, put a 9 in the chat for me. Uh-oh. All right, wonderful. To everyone, again, make sure you hit the like button as you are here. So let's see here. Okay, there we go. So the writings of the hidden realm, hour 1. Mic check. Uh-oh. Mic check, mic check. Look into my eyes, you see yourself. By talking to myself, I talk to you. Redefining the definition of wealth. Reestablishing of what I know is truth. I opened up my Eve, I never leave. I'm here to receive the Saba'i to guide my moves. They move in circles while stuck in loops. We re-evolve within a SHINNING. If you don't know what that means, to come to class. Learn eternal life from the ancient past. Saba teaching Saba, live from the Mastaba. Ptah Aten Tehuti, that's the mantra. Etymology, it means to think, tones collected from within the presence of REKHTY. Sob speak, I still see light when I blink. Woke up, don't be zombie, I'm the one and only. Shining from the moon. Shining from the moon. Ua Uben Im Ya. Source per in Haru, shining from the moon. Shining from the moon. Shining from the Ua Uben Im Ya. Source per in Haru, shining from the moon. May you come forth as a star among the multitudes from afar. Be established, surrounded by shining ones. Be open to you for being the stars. I opened up my Eve, I never leave. I'm here to receive the Saba'i to guide my heart. They're at the end of where we start. Life is a movie, just play your part. If you don't know what that means, to come to class. Learn eternal life from the ancient past. Saba teaching Saba, live from the Mastaba. Anki and Ma'at, Unin S, that's the mantra. Etymology, it means to think, tones collected from within the presence of REKHTY. Sob speak, I still see light when I blink. Woke up, don't be zombie, I'm the one and only. Shining from the moon. Shining from the moon. Ua Uben Im Ya. Source per in Peru. Shining from the moon. Shining from the moon. Shining from the moon. Ua Uben Im Ya. Source per in Peru. Shining from the moon. Thankful, grateful, I'm over the hateful. Ones who tote envy by the handful. I know my ba is like candle. Flame eternal. Like the symbol that they say is a sandal. Uncle Jasinet, it's great to have me by your side when travel webs. come to class. Learn eternal life from the ancient past. Saba teaching Saba, live from the Mastaba. Anki and Ma'at, and S, that's the mantra. It's harsh to not fly when rise your head, roar ahead. I'd rather move silent instead. I'll see silent flight. Yah is my sight. Fight the good fight, bringing light through night. This is Pi, 314, 137 constant. Lord of heavens, sons by four. Protect ore, gens from swords. Common sense is nonsense. There's nothing common about sense. Watch it, I watch him full of healing. Be full, shining from the All right, Hotep. Hotep. We made it. We made it through. All right. Hotep Henu, I hope you all enjoyed that.
It's always a great day when we get new tones from the scribes. So I'm just gonna consider today my birthday. That's what we gonna do.
Yes, absolutely. Every day is a birthday. As we rise, where I rise is my birthplace. All right, let's get into this.
We can send the Cash App. Download.
That is, well, you know, great brother. You know. But yes, there is working on some things. So with this being 13, let's bring this through. To everyone for the love. I see all the emotion in the chat. Appreciate that greatly. Robert Williams says, where's the album? I think it's over at the Jets of Gems Per. I think he has it somewhere in his All right. Let me get back here. I had an eyelash fall in my eye. One thing we're gonna do is make it through. All right. All right. I think I'm all ready. So. All right, here we are. Ankh Jedusir to everyone for that. Shining from the moon, coming soon. Yes, peace and love, everyone. To All right, let's let's get moving. All right, so before I begin, we're going to read. I'm going to read chapter 182 from the Perm Haru. I am Tehuti. Series of declarations at arrival before AUSAR. Version in the papyrus of Hotepti, about 975 BCE. British Museum number EA 10010. All right. Book for the stability of AUSAR, giving air to the weary-hearted by the action of Tehuti, repelling the enemies of AUSAR, arriving there in his forms, defense, shelter, protection, and the Netter Kurt, made by Tehuti himself, in the desire for the light to rest upon him every day. I am Tehuti, excellent writer, pure of arms, Lord of horns, he who repels evil, writer of what is right, and he whose abomination is falsehood, he whose reed has protected Nebuchadnezzar, Lord of law books, speaker of the documents, whose words establish the riverbanks. I am the Lord of what is right, witness of right for the Natiru, judge of words according to their being, he who justifies the inflicted at his voice. I have dispelled the darkness, lifted the storm clouds. I have given the fair breeze of the north wind to AUSAR Unefer, as he goes out from the body of his bearer. I cause Ra to rest in AUSAR, as AUSAR is the one resting in Ra. I cause him to go into the secret cavern, to receive the heart of the weary-hearted, sacred Ba in the four of AMENHOTEP. Jubilation to the weary-hearted, Unefer, son of Nut. I am Tehuti, one praised by Ra, great in strength, embellishing his creator, great of Hekau, in the boat of Hehu, Lord of laws, who makes the two lands content, whose light power has protected his bearer, suppressor of the voice, leveler of tumult, he who does what is praised by Ra in his cabin shrine. I am Tehuti, who justifies AUSAR against his enemies. I am Tehuti, who foretells tomorrow, who sees into the future before its moment crashes down, who guides sky, earth, underworld, who makes life for the HAREMHAB. I give the air of the one who is in the secret by the Aku upon my mouth. AUSAR is true of voice, Ma'akuru, against his enemies. Duaya, as I bring forward the writings. The scribes of Ptah were responsible for keeping records. This includes the writings of the afterlife, the first to exist on the planet. Once something becomes common, it is important to understand that there was a point of time that it wasn't. These writings start with the Unas Nefer Aset, also known as the Pyramid Text, 2700 to 2400 BCE. These then started to create the Seka'u Kuras, or the Seshu Kuras, the writings of the coffin, 2100 BCE, and the Pert Imheru, known as the Book of the Dead, 16th century BCE. So this is very important, right? Because today you'll hear a lot, it's common knowledge about specific things, especially when talking about the afterlife, when in reality, it only exists because of Kemet. It was the starting point. When Kemet was writing about the afterlife, it was not common. This was the one place that you could go to receive these teachings. It wasn't until much later, before others started to write their version of the afterlife. These being the Unas Nefer Aset, SESHU, the Seka'u Kuras, and the Pert Imheru, these are the most common writings spoken about within the Kemetic community. But are there other writings of the afterlife outside of these? Right, so I just read from the Pert Imheru, and a very powerful chapter, 182, and the invocation. But for this particular session, I'm going to take you into some territory that is very rarely traveled. So now let me take you to the oldest writings of the afterlife that are in complete, structured order and detail. Right, so this is one of the differences between the Pert Imheru and the what's known as the writings of the DUAT, or the writings of, I'll just stick with that one, but there's many, is that the teachings of the DUAT, are in structured, detailed order. All right, it's from hour 1 to hour 12. The Pert Imheru, the order that that we have it in today, like how I just read chapter 182, to the Kemetians, to the REKHTY. You'll hear me refer to the Kemetians as the REKHTY for a very specific reason. When you look up REKHTY in any dictionary, it'll say mankind. But REKHTY isn't just mankind. The root word of REKHTY is rek, and it means knowledge. And that didn't include all of mankind. So when the REKHTY were writing the Pert Imherus, they didn't have chapter 1 through 190 in that type of order. Just like in the papyrus of Ani, the Pert Imheru of Ani, his first plate isn't chapter 1, right? Chapter 1 doesn't come until plate 5. So the order isn't in succinct structure, but the teachings of the DUAT is in structured order. And this is one of the differences between these two writings. Though with the proper Saba and guidance, you can begin to merge and see and create the order per which, as closely as possible, that the great ancestors had. Because even in that time, not everyone had access to all these writings that we have access to today. It became more available, right, later, around 1200, 1100, 1000 BCE. It really started to become widespread. And then as the Greeks started to come in and learn, and the Demotic started to come into the being the main language around 600 BCE, the later more cursive writings of the Medu, and creating the Greek papyruses and the Demotic, and it started to really get spread. But prior to that, these writings were not extremely available at high levels, especially all of them. So us having access to it today is extremely grateful within this time period, because this has only been available, and we're still learning the language, and there's so much that we're still learning. It's still fresh. It's not even 200 years old of us being able to read the Medu. So it's very early in the stages of learning that. And so with the writings of the Amduat, they're in very structured order, 1 through 12, right? 24 hours in a day, 12 hours of daytime, 12 hours of nighttime. And so these writings are based on the 12 hours of the Keku, of night. The great ancestors left a detailed map of the travels within the DUAT, commonly known as the Book of the Amduat, right? Dua, same word for to give thanks or to give praise, is the word for the one of the words for the realm of the stars that is underneath this veil that we experience now, known as the Duat. And where these writings exist in its oldest form are in 2 to 3, 4, maybe 5 different places, but there is really one where it exists in complete totality. And so let me show you the book. Let me show you the books that the great ancestors had. Here are your original books. The Perhe, which is the House of Eternity, the real Medu word for what today people know as the tomb. It's the Perhe, or the Tachet. This is where the original writings of the Amduat exist. All right, these are books in quote unquote 3D form. All right, walking into a book here, which they're also the litanies of Ra. I did a class on this in my very first God Body class. God Body becoming a netter and showing the 75 forms of Ra. Right, this is also in these Perhes here. So here on the left, KV 34, we have TEHUTI'Mose, the third Nesubiti Min Kepera. As you see here, Sa-Ra TEHUTIMOSE. KV34, Dynasty 18. And here's the layout of his Perhe. It's one of the deepest in what's known as the Valley of the Kings, right? The KV, Kings Valley. And it's extremely deep. So you have to go deep into the rock here to get to his Perhe, which is here. As you see, this was his resting place in the middle of the teachings of the DUAT that are written all around him. So here's TEHUTIMOSE III. And then here we have who they call AMENHOTEP, who is AMENHOTEP II, right? Tomb of AMENHOTEP II. Again, 18th dynasty from what they call it. And this is his Perhe here, AMENHOTEP II. As you see his Karast here. I was resting in it, and you see the watch it on the side. All right, so I've taught on that, on why it's on the side here. So when they're laid here, they're laid on their side, facing the eyes here. And all throughout here are the writings of the DUAT. Right, so when people go into the Perhes that they call tombs, and everyone's loving the imagery and, oh, look at this is nice, it's very pretty. These are the writings that exist in the Perhes, a lot of them that many are familiar with. And here are the two Par E'as, or Par I'i, or Par A'a, known as the pharaohs, right? Ka Nakat, Ka and Waset, his Heru name, who is the father to AMENHOTEP II, who his name is also Ka Nakat, which means the strong bull. Ka Nakat, word Peti, Min Kepera, A'a Keperu Ra, TEHUTIMOSE and AMENHOTEP. And I put these two particular tuts here because I love the humility and the humbleness that this image shows, with being the Par A'a and kneeling with the two new bowls in his hands, giving offerings. This is an extremely humble position, and these are this is one of my favorite stances when of how the great Nesubitis depicted themselves. Right, so here's father and son here, and TEHUTIMOSE the third, and at the same time was the stepson to Hatshepsut, and she also had some of these writings in her Perhe as well, and she's actually the one with the oldest, but TEHUTIMOSE here is the one with the most complete oldest, which same time period, just a few years after. Right, and so here's, you can find these statues, Egyptian Museum, right, Gallery 12, and the Egyptian Museum in Turin, c. 1375. 1475 to 1425 was TEHUTIMOSE III reign, and AMENHOTEP was around 1428 to 1397. The writings of the DUAT is a short term used to describe the overall topic of the writings, right? The DUAT, which is the word im or or yim, which means to who, which is in, to be within something. Im or is to be in, just as the im or ma, owl here, is to be in, therein, within. And you'll also see it with the new waves, the in or the ni or na, because a lot of times the m and the n is interchangeable. But here, this is where the name of the DUAT comes from. All right, Imi Duat, who which is in the netherworld, or the netter Kurt, the nether chamber, dwellers in the netherworld, the Duatiu. So those who dwell in the DUAT are the Duatiu. And this is from Faulkner's Middle Egyptian Dictionary, the concise digitized version. The page numbers here. So this is the Imi Duat, the DUAT. This is not the original title of the writings that reside within the Perhe, where it originates. Right? So yes, the DUAT is a Medu term, which was used later, but within the two Perhes that I just showed, the title of these writings are not the Imi Duat. One thing that the great ancestors did was title their writings. So when we read a chapter in the Perm Haru, the chapter has a title, right? So that's where that originates from, to have chapters, verses, titles, which are mostly written in red. So the great ancestors would use red to showcase significance on a particular writing, an instruction, a chapter title. And just as the scribes, who were students of the elder scribes or the sabas, red would be used as a corrective marking. So just like in school in modern times, the correction would be done in red. And I've showed many of the Perhes in some of my earlier Scribal session classes, 1 and 2, which were very important classes to show how these Perhes were created as far as the scribal part, the writing, the carving, whether carving in or having it protrude out. I went into great detail in my very first Scribal session classes to show how that's done, and showing within the Perhe of HAREMHAB, how that process was done, as his wasn't fully complete, and a lot of times you'll see how they did what they did. So the original title of the DUAT teachings is something that is very important to know, because it gives you the detail from the Cometians, from the REKHTY themselves, of what the name of these writings are. And whoever is may have taught on the DUAT and the different hours and this is the difference that takes place here at the House of Aten within the Scribal SESHions than elsewhere. And so here is hour 1 of Amenhotep II, right, in his per head. So as I read them to you, I'm also going to show you so you can see in great detail what is here, right? Because the entire purpose of our existence at this point in time is to prepare to walk through this gate right here. So we should want to know about this, right? And I've also taught some of the other writings called the Book of Nut, which only exists in one place in my Scribal session, From the Darkness, which I also taught on the first hour there from a different source that isn't the DUAT teachings. So here is the complete, well, there's still a little bit more over here, but this is the beginning of the first hour here. And just as we observe, right, you see some writings over here on the left, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 columns here. You see writings written in red and black, red, black, red, black, red, black, black, red. All right, and something important to notice is within these writings, right, the red and the black are pretty much the same. There's some variations within the spellings, but the red and the black are the same. So you group these two together, right? As you see here, DUAT, DUAT-TU, and then you see the DUAT here, and here's the A and the per. So these are two ways to write the same thing, all right? Which is very important to know. So when we look at this and we see up top here, you see something very interesting, right? You see 3, 6, 9 sitting baboons. All right, you see 3, 6, 9, 12 standing neterts. All right, and then you see 3, 6, 9 sitting in the dua position, kneeling. Very important. And you see here, you see 2 neterts here. And if we look at the medu, right here is ma'at. You see the feather on her head here. Here's ma'at, and here's ma'at. Double ma'at here. You see someone right in front of ma'at. Well, you see someone with a sword. You see someone with a sword directly in front of ma'at. Here's AUSAR, right? Kinti Amintiu, the foremost of the Westerners, right? Kinti, and then AMENT, AMENET or AMENTET, foremost of the hidden place. Here is the SEKEMET, right? SEKEMET. So it's important to know who's at this entryway, right? As we come through. Here's a boat that's sitting on water, right? The boat is on the water, but this is the only place where the water exists, right here, right? So as the boat travels, it's on the water. And you see Kepera, You see a SAR on this side, a SAR on this side, facing the direction towards the boat while turning around with the DUAT position towards the Kepara, because you are now going through a process of resurrection. So you become the Kepara, just as when the sun is rising in the first hour of daylight, right? That's Kepara, Keper, who is raising up Ra and pushing it forward. And you see 9 more baboons down here. And you see 12 serpents, Naturts. Right? These are 12 fiery, spitting Naturts. Here, so here is the complete title directly from the wall of Amenhotep II. So you see him here with the SAR, with his Nefer artistry. This beautiful Medu here. And so, yes, as I showed, this is the title of the writings of the DUAT. All of this. So who knew, right, that all of this here is the actual title of the DUAT writings, right? We'll call it the Book of the DUAT, Teachings of DUAT. But here's the title that the REKHTY wrote themselves. And you see the first word up here is the scribal palette, right? The writings. And so I'm going to transcribe this for everyone so you can see it clearly, and so you can have it, so you can know exactly what this says. So I transcribed it, transliterated it, and translated it for everyone. So this is the real title of the teachings of the DUAT. The SESHU in AMENHOTEP. The Treatise of the Hidden Realm. Right? So from this moment forward, you will not hear me refer to the teachings of the DUAT as that. You'll hear me refer to it as SESHU in AMENET, or SEKAU. Sesh and SEKAU can be interchangeable because both of those are the words for scribe. SEKAU also being memory, and sesh being scribe and to give out light. Sesh is also a word for darkness as well, a duality word. So the SESHU ni at AMENET is the intro title to this, right? The SESHU ni at AMENET. The Treatise of the Hidden Realm. The Positions of the Ba'u. The Natiru, the Shoot or the Shadows, right? That you may also know as the Kaibit, but it's also Shoot more commonly. Shoot, which is also the word for light, another beautiful dualistic word, a word that means light and a word that means shadow, all right? Because they go hand in hand. So the Treatise of the Hidden Realm, the Positions of the Ba'u, the Natiru, the Shadows, the Shoot, the Aku, and what is done there. The front is the Horn of the West. So the front of the of AMENET, of AMENHOTEP, or the DUAT, right? Because the AMENHOTEP is as I'll get into and show that the first hour isn't the Neter Kurt. It isn't the DUAT. This is a space between the DUAT and the Neterkert. So the front is the horn, the oop of AMENET or AMENTET, because sometimes you'll see it with 2 bread loaves. Sometimes you'll see it with 1 bread loaf, but it's the same word. The horn of the west, right? Amen being west, right? Being right is how you also say the right side. And I brought this up in the pod class about the dualism of the Ebe and leading with the left. Where are you being led to? To the right, to the west, to AMENTET. The gate of the western horizon, Akhet AMENTET, as you see here. Saba and Akhet AMENTET, the gate of the western horizon. Pahui, which is the end, the backside of the lion, right? And you have Hati or Hat, which is the front, and the Pahui is the end. Hati is also the word for heart, and then Pahui is to conclude something. So the end is Kekus Ma'u, which I also went into this on From the Darkness class and showing the unified darkness, right, that also exists outside of the realm of Nut. So there's layers of depth that exist. So the end is unified darkness, Smawi, the gathering together of Keku, darkness. The Saba and Akhet AMENTET, the gate of the western horizon. And here we are. Here's the word Rek. Rek, which is knowledge or to know. To know the Ba'u. The Ba'u. Duatiu. Right? And so this is why I make a distinction between REKHTY and that just being mankind and all and everyone. This is the REKHTY are those with the Rek, with the knowledge to know the Ba'u, the souls of the Duatiu, the knowledge of what is done there. So to have knowledge of what's done in the Duat is a part of being REKHTY. Rek, Sahu, or Sa'aku, to know the transfigurations of Ra. All right? To know how Ra transfigures, as I showed the 75 forms of Ra. To know that. To know the secrets of the Ba'u, the Sheta'u. So to know the secrets of the Ba'u that are there. To know what is in the hours, the Unut, with the star there. To know what is in the hours and their Natiru, right? 1 through 12. To know what is in the hours and to know the Natiru there. To know what he calls them. To know the Saba'u. To know the gates, which is another layer to these teachings that are very important. To know the Saba'u and the ways upon which the great Neter passes. To know the courses of the hours and their Natiru. To know the flourishing and to know the annihilated. This is the full complete title of the SESHU Ni At Amentet, the writings of the hidden realm, the writings of AMENET. All of this, and there's something in particular, right, that's very important. that we shall notice that I should put out. We have Rek Ba'u, right? There's 1. We have Rek Irdu. There's 2. And Rek Saku. There's 3. Rek Ba'u. There's 4. Rek Amit. 5. Rek Dua'u. 6. Rek Saba'u. 7. Rek Smaut. 8. And then Rek Washa'u. 9. 9 different versions of what you should know, right? The Peshtet, the Pa'ut, the 9, what they call the Iniad. These writings of the afterlife in the many forms that we have them today are given to us by a particular netter known as the divine messenger. The netter who brings forth the conscious eye to illuminate the keku, the darkness, in which the seka'u, ni at amenet, are known as the 12 hours of the night. So this part here was given to me, that I'm now giving to you all, from going into certain places with certain questions, because one thing that I consistently do is ask questions to the netter, to the great Pa'ut, to help guide where I should be going, right? So the SESHU Na At Amenet, the treatise of the hidden realm, was brought forth by a particular netter known as the divine messenger. Can anyone guess who that is? The one who brings the conscious eye to illuminate the darkness, right? The darkness, the 12 hours of the night. Before I move forward, let me just let me ask everyone, put who is this? What netter am I speaking of? Who's known as the divine messenger, who brought forth the writings of the afterlife in the many forms that we have them today. Let me come back to the chat here and see what everyone is saying. All right, there we go. Excellent. Amun Ka says Tehuti. AMENET Ka'at Tehuti. Angela Gates Tehuti. Robert Williams. Yes, wonderful. Move this chat highlight up. There we go. Yes, 1000%. To everyone for your participation. This netter is known as Jehuti or Tehuti or Ta or Thut or Tehut, however you would like to pronounce it. As you see some of the variations of the spellings here. And here's the ch sound in hu, t, and then also ta by itself. And I showed this in my Ptah class. Ptah, Scribal Sessions number 9. Pet, and how t or ta is Tehuti as the bread loaf. Right? That's the beautiful thing about the Medu, is there's always dualism. Yes. The bread loaf is representative of the woman and the rebirth and the sustenance, but it's also one of Tehuti's names. See here, Ta, the bread loaf. Who is also the one who illuminates the darkness. Therefore, he is represented as the satellite that does the same for the earth. right? As the Asti of Ra, Asti, one in the place of another, deputy, successor, the Asti, which is also the Aten. The word for deputy is also Aten as well. The mirror is the deputy of Ra, which Tehuti is, the reflection of Ra, who illuminates the two heavens with his beauties and with his hedjut, the hedge, which was one of the colors for the pathways to awakening, which is black, gold, and hedjet, white, which is also brightness, to be bright, the hedjet. And so Tehuti, who illuminates the two heavens with his beauties, his nefer, neferu, and with his hedjut, therefore becoming Yah. Yah here, as you see Yah, and you see Tehuti here as the classifier for the word moon, as a satellite, as God, named by Ra. So he received these names Asti, Hedjut, Yah, by Ra. Ra instructed Tehuti to take record of that which is in the DUAT. So again, one thing that we do here at the House of Aten that no one will do is, you'll read this, right? And I didn't insert anything of my own opinion in this the structure of a sentence here. This is not this is not my words. So when I say the Asti of Ra, who illuminates the two heavens with his neferu, with his hedjut, his brightness, therefore becoming Yah, that is the words of the Cometians. So it is Ra who instructed Tehuti to take record of that which is in the DUAT. And for this, I'll show you by taking you to the Legends of the Gods by E.A. Wallace Budge. Here in the story of the destruction of mankind. Page 33 of Legends of the Gods. Here is the English translation and the transcription of the Medu. And the majesty of this God said, and so when Budge translates majesty of the God here, it's this word here, him in neter, which is also another word for priest. And him is a very powerful word. Him is also the word for rudder, the rudder of the boat. And himet, becomes the word for woman or wife. And the him is the priest. The him neter is the priest of the neter, or the him ka, which was one of the titles of the Sabs in the Perhe of Akhet-hotep and Ptah Aten II, the son and grandson of Ptah Aten, within their Perhe, as they have it together. You'll see Sab scribe, and you'll see him ka. You'll see this sign here with the ka glyph around the him, the priest of the ka, as the Sab scribe. So the majesty of this neter said, call to me the neter, what? Call to me the neter, Tehuti. And one brought forth ani, which means to bring forth. Bring forth the neter, him forthwith. And the majesty, here's the jed on, to speak. The him in neter, the jed on. The what Budge translates as majesty of the God, said unto Tehuti. let us depart. Ma'at in a uat. Let us depart from this place, from my place in the heavens, from my place to a distance from heaven, from my place. Right? Here's pet, heaven, ast. So Ra is saying, let us depart from my place in heaven, in the skies, because I would make light. Because I would make, here's Arit, Ari, I will make Shesep, light. And Aku, and the netter of light. Within here's or Ma, as I said, the Imi or or Ma, within the Duat. So here is Ra saying, let us depart to a distance from heaven, from my place, because I will make light, and Aku in the Tuat, and in the land of the caves, or the Kur, where the word cave comes from is Kur. The Kur, the cavern, or hole. Thou shalt write, here's Ba, thou shalt write Seshu or Seka'u. Thou shalt write the things Imu. There's Imi or Imu that are within it. So here is Ra saying to write down the things which are in what? The Tuat, and the land of caves. And it shall punish those who are in it, that is to say, the workers who have worked iniquity or rebellion. So here's a direct order from Ra to Tehuti, come forth, let us depart from my place in heaven. I'll make light, and I'll make Aku in the Tuat, and in the land of caves. And you shall write down the things which are in it. And thou shalt punish those who are in it, that is to say, the workers who have worked iniquity or rebellion. And see, this is one of the major differences, right? The DUAT and the Netter Kurt has nothing to do with believing whether or not, or in a particular character that brings you the salvation. The writings of the REKHTY, the scribes, were very clear in making sure that the ones who brought inequity against the Natiru are the ones who will have a difficult time in the Netter Kurt. So yes, making light and the God of light, the Ku, the Aku in the Tuat, and in the land of the caves. And so this is where Ra, right, as the sun, becomes placed himself as Ra, right, as the sun, as the light. They shall know that I am removing myself, right? Because he said, hey, Tehuti, let us depart to a distance. And they shall know that I am removing myself from them, but indeed I shall shine upon them. Since, however, they indeed wish for a father, thou shalt be a father unto them in this land forever. Moreover, let good heed be taken to the men who have my words of power, and to those whose mouth have knowledge of such things. Rek. All of mankind, everyone, the people, the REKHTY that the Egyptologists translate REKHTY to, are not are the ones who have heka'u and the knowledge of such things. That's not everyone. Verily, my own words of power are there. Verily, it shall not happen that any shall participate with me in my protection by reason of the majesty which hath come into being before me. I will decree them to thy son, AUSAR, and their children shall be watched over. So this is Ra speaking about what he's doing, how he's removing himself, but he shall continue to be a shining light upon the land forever, since they indeed wish for a tef. Thou shalt be an atef unto them. By having the knowledge of the heka'u, you shall be watched over. And when it says, I shall shine upon them, that's this word here, Ubin. Ubin in sin. Shine upon them. Sin, them. You see the three strokes to denounce plurality. Ubin, sin, to shine upon them. Ubin, rise, shine of sun. Glitter of precious metal, appear of God or man. So this is Ra, right? Why is Ra considered the sun? Why do we call Ra the head of the Natiru in association with the sun? Because that's where he placed himself. He said, I shall shine upon them. I shall Ubin Ra. As Ra, I shall Ubin upon the land forever. While telling Tehuti that we are departing from this land. But as we do so, go into the DUAT, to the land of caverns, the Kuraret, which is also another set of writings that we have. And document that. Document that. So let me now take you to the Tut statue of the scribe HAREMHAB to further display what the great ancestors said themselves of where these writings of the DUAT come from. It is HAREMHAB as a scribe of the king, SESHU SESHions, 1336 to 1323 BCE, who is the one who then began to appoint Ramesses the first, and then leading into that powerful set of Nesubitis after the reign of AMENHOTEP IV, Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun, and Ai, or A. And then it was HAREMHAB as scribe, becoming Nesubiti. And here he is in his scribal position, holding the sesh, the papyrus here. This is in the Met Museum, a session number 23.10.1. So I'm giving you two sources from the Kemetiu themselves of where these writings come from. You know, people say, oh, no one's never been. How do we know no one's never? This just continues to validate what the great ancestors said. I heard someone say a few days ago that the Kemetiu did not teach that the Natiru were physical beings. I heard someone say that that everyone goes to for Kemetic teachings, which is just complete isfet. That's a lie. And the reason behind why he said that was because when you transition, you become an AUSAR. Well, that means you're a physical being, and you become AUSAR. So that must mean that the Natiru weren't physical, because you become an AUSAR when you transition, which is just complete. It's just wrong. As we demonstrate here at the House of Aten, to show that the Natiru exist, because this is what HAREMHAB said. This is what AMENHOTEP II said. This is what TEHUTIMOSE III said. This is what every Nesu BT, every scribe said. So what does this papyrus roll that's on this statues, on this tut say? Here's another illustration of the transcription for you. As the scribe, I always will do my best to bring forth the medu, to get out of just depending on English translations. Anyone who's a student of the SEKER sessions, Scribal SESHions, understand that when you read the English, you're getting a very minute writing and translation of what the scribes actually said. They were extremely deep. They were poets. They invented that, and their capacity to write and tell very detailed stories through complex layers is second to none. So let's read this. As we see the first word here, DUAT. Hands up in praise to DUAT. DUAT Tehuti. Adoration to Tehuti, the son of Ra. The moon, beautiful in emergence, Lord of appearances, who illuminates the Natiru by the hereditary noble, high official, fan bearer on the king's right. Chief General, Royal Scribe, HAREMHAB. So the high official, fan bearer. Well, will anybody today be a fan bearer for anyone? The papyrus that I am currently in process of transcribing, transliterating, and translating, the Per Imheru of Mehi Pare, was also a fan bearer, very close to the Nesu BT. And so is HAREMHAB, who is the Chief General Royal Scribe, Nesu SESHU. Justified, saying, "Hail to the moon." Tehuti, bull in Hermopolis, dwelling in the Hermopolitan necropolis, passerby of the Natiru, knower of secrets, the establisher of their utterance, who distinguishes one report from another, who judges everyone, right? The Upu, the judge. Wise one in the bark of millions, right? The Hehu. Wise one in the bark of millions, who waits for human beings, who knows a person by what? By his utterance, who denounces an affair against its doer. He who satisfies Ra, who informs the sole Lord, letting him know everything that has happened during the night, right? As Yah, letting him know everything that has happened in the night, right? In the Amen, right? The hidden, that which is hidden is illuminated by Yah. So you see the depth again, of how the scribes detailed out the teachings of the Natiru. Very deep. So yes, he who satisfies Ra, who informs the soul Lord, letting him know everything that has happened in the night. Just as Ra commanded for Tehuti to go into the DUAT and document that which is there. Same as the 12 hours of the night. When he calls from the sky at dawn, not forgetting the report of yesterday's events. Sprout of the night bark, who makes the day bark content, who stretches out his arm, right? The outstretched arm of Tehuti. At the prow of the boat of pure-faced, who takes the stern rope of the day bark for him. Rejoicing as the night bark rejoices on the feast of crossing the sky, who overthrows the rebel serpent and breaks open the western horizon, while the Ennead, or the 9, the Pa'ut, or the Pesht, of the Natiru and the night bark give adoration to Tehuti, saying to him, Hail of Re, whom Re favors for what he does. The Natiru have become elated, repeating what your Ka loves. You open the ways for the place of the boat. You do what is necessary against the rebel serpent, lopping off his head. Off with his head. Shattering his ba. Taking his essence to the fire. You are the netter who performs his slaughter. Nothing can be done without you, the orderly one, son of order, who came forth from her flesh. Savior of Herokuti, who enters Heliopolis wise, placemaker of the Natiru, who knows secrets and reveals matters. Let us praise Tehuti, the accurate plummet in the balance. Right? The Tekken, the plummet, the heart of the scales, who rejects disorder and accepts the one who is not inclined to transgressions. The vizier who judges affairs, who resolves conflict peacefully. The scribe of the mat, who fixes the scroll. Who drives off falsehood, but accepts the bearer of healthy greeting. Who supports the oath taker in the midst of the Ennead of the Natiru. Who raises up the one who has been ignored. Who has a wise face for one who has gone astray. He who remembers the fleeting moment, who reports the hours of the night, and whose words remain forever. Here we are. What's this say right here? Who enters the Netter Kurt, the Duat, finds out what is in it, and registers them in his list. So here, directly from HAREMHAB, the scribe of Tehuti, is letting it be known that Tehuti enters into the Neter Kert, the DUAT, finds out what is in it, and registers them in his list, just as Ra said for Tehuti to do in the destruction of mankind, or the book of the heavenly cow, the writings of the heavenly cow. So this is something that that I'm bringing forward to everyone. So you have the the knowing of where these writings come from, right? Many will say, yeah, the Medu is because of Tehuti, and which is true. But it gives you a different set of connectivity when you understand and know that the Natiru exist, and that the reason why we have such detailed writings of that which is in the Neter Kert, in the Duat, is Tehuti, the illuminator of darkness, able to go into the night, just as AUSAR speaks about when he first was killed, which I showed and brought forward into today's consciousness of the direct conversation that Atum and Tehuti was having when AUSAR asked Atum, why is it doubly dark? It's doubly dark in here. So it is Tehuti who is already within this realm to be able to bring forth all of this knowledge that I'm bringing to you now about these writings of the night. It's Tehuti who enters the Neter Kert, finds out what is in it, and registers them in his list. First hour. So now I'll take you into the first hour. As the sun, as Ra sets and heads into the first place, heading into the Duat, into the darkness. So I burn my incense with my baboon, the Anan, Yah, throughout this session here. Introduction to the first hour, which is here, right? I read the introduction to the writings themselves, all the rek knowledge, right? You only can be a REKHTY when you have the rek. And so here we're going to start with the introduction to the very first hour, which is here. Here's it in red and here's it in black. All right, but it's the same writing, just some slight differences in some of the words used and the spelling therein. And here I transcribed it for everyone and transliterated it. All right. Ak, necher, pen, mah, aret, amentet, bet, aket, aha, sutek, Ideb, Itiru, 120, Hor, Irut, Aret, 10, Nasparet, Uya, Duatiu, Apepet, F, Mu, Imket, Ordnes. This netter enters through the west gate of the horizon. Set stands at the riverbank. 120 miles is the journey through this gateway. Before the bark reaches those of the DUAT, he passes the water after it to Ordnes, which is the intro of the second hour. Ordnes, the waters, where it becomes a extremely watery realm. So you see here, this is before the bark reaches those of the Duatiu, those who are within the Duat. So this is prior to the Duat. Where I showed all the different beings that I'll show again. Ordnes, area in the second hour of night in the Amduat, body of water in the hereafter. This is in the second hour. Complete first hour of TEHUTIMOSE the third. All right, you see 4 registers here. And you see all of these different beings, these different Natiru, in a realm that is prior to the Duat here. As you see, a little bit of water under these boats here. And once you go into the second, all right, this is the conclusion of the first. And you go into the second, you see large amounts of water right here, right here. It's much thicker than this, and it's on 3 tiers. But that's for another class. AMENHOTEP the second contains 3 registers. TEHUTIMOSE the third contains 4 registers. The upper and lower ones represent divinities enclosed in a square with their names. All right, as the intro speaks about having the knowledge of the Natiru therein. And so all of these are Rins of the Netter that I'm not going to go over in this particular SESHU Na'at Amentet session here. But so you are aware of, when you look in these boxes, these are Rins. The first record, right? And I'm breaking down, what's in this first register, second register, third register, and fourth register. The first record, or the first register, 9 baboons, 12 standing Netertu, the Neteret, 9 kneeling Natiru, 3 crocodile-headed, 3 jackal-headed, and 3 human-headed, and 12 standing Neterts. So you have 9 baboons, 12 Neterts, then you have 9 Natiru, and then 12 Neterts. 24 Neterts in totality on the top row. Second register, the solar bark, with the crew of 8 Natiru, plus the ram-headed sun netter in a chapel, right? Afu-Ra, within the chapel, the temple. The bark is preceded from left to right by the 2 Netertu Ma'at, a netter with a knife, an AUSAR figure, a lioness-headed Netert, right? Sekhmet, a ram-headed netter, 4 human-headed stelae. All right, so you see this here? These are stellas with heads. The speaking of that which is written on the stelae, a human form of a stela. a snake on its tail, and a netter with something in his hand, which is like a magic wand. In Seti the First, it is a knife. And Seti the First is Perhe. Through his first hour, that netter is holding a knife. The third register, a bolt with a scarab between two kneeling male figures, AUSAR. In front of the bolt are 3 snakes, 3 Natiru holding snake staffs, 3 falcon-headed Natiru holding similar staffs, a netter with 2 crossed staffs, a netert with the crown of the south, another with the crown of the north, another netert, a pole with 2 crossed snakes, and with the 2 sacred horns, between which there is a small human figure, a staff, and a netter looking to the left towards the other figures. The fourth register, it is arranged like the first. It contains 9 baboons, 12 snakes that are netert, 9 Natiru with raised arms, and another 12 netert. You see here all of what I just described. The first hour of the night lays the foundation for order, which is why you see the double MAATI directly in front of the boat. Here, the double MAATI directly in front of the boat. MAATI being the boat of truth. The name of the first field in the DUAT, the MAATI. The 2 neterts of truth, i.e. Aset and the Bet Het, who also assisted at the Great Judgment. So in the Hall of Judgment is also called the MAATI. So the very first realm that you go into is the MAATI, establishing order, establishing truth before you go into the DUAT. That same realm, name, Rin, of that space is also the place of where judgment takes place as well. The MAATI, where the 42 Natiru, that number specifically, 42 Natiru within the Hall of MAATI, the MAATI realm. The first hour of the DUAT is a place that isn't actually the DUAT at all. To best explain it in more modern teachings, let me take you to the Buddhist literature called the BARDO Thoro. So these are much later writings, but are very good to read, to tie knots together. So for me to best explain what this space of MAATI is prior to the DUAT, I'm going to take you to the Tibetan spiritual writings called the BARDO Thoro, which is also titled the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The after-death experiences on the Bardo plane, according to Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup, English rendering. So, let us read. The text describes the process of death and rebirth in terms of 3 intermediate states, or Bardo, a Tibetan term that literally means between two. The first and the briefest is the bardo of the moment of death, the chi kai bardo. All right, chi ka I bardo. When at the end of a process of sensory dissolution that presages physical death. So the state directly after the physical body expires. A profound state of consciousness called the clear light dawns. If one is able to recognize the clear light as reality, one immediately achieves liberation from samsara. All right, I'm sure many of you have heard that word, samsara. Many people say these words, karma, samsara, don't really know what it is from the writings of where they originate. So achieves the liberation from samsara, the cycle of rebirth. If the clear light is not recognized at that time, the consciousness of the deceased person moves into the second bardo, which appears to be a Tibetan innovation called the bardo of reality, the Chosnaid bardo. The disintegration of the personality brought on by death again reveals reality. But in this case, not as the clear light, but in the multicolored forms of a mandala of 42 peaceful deities. And a mandala, right? The mandala and the different deities in the realm. 58 wrathful deities, while there's 42 peaceful deities. These deities appear in the sequence to the consciousness of the deceased in the days immediately following death. If reality is not recognized on this second bardo, then the third bardo, the bardo of mundane existence, SCRIBE bardo, dawns, during which one must again take rebirth in one of the 6 realms of the gods, demigods, humans, animals, hungry ghosts, or in hell. Consciousness is blown to the appropriate place of rebirth by the winds of past karma. In Tibet, the Bardo Thos Gro, as its name suggests, was used as a mortuary text to be read to a dead or dying person so that he or she would know how to find liberation in the intermediate state. Or, if that did not occur, to find a favorable place of rebirth, ideally in a pure land. It also provided the foundation for a range of meditative and ritual practices that are based on one of the central principles of the text, that death is not merely something to fear, but instead provides a rare opportunity in which the reality that is one's true nature, often obscured during life by the mental and physical processes that constitute the person, becomes nakedly manifest upon their dissolution. If that reality can simply be recognized, liberation is at hand. Consequently, the sects of Tibetan Buddhism developed sophisticated practices in which the stages of the dead of the intermediate state were anticipated and simulated. Right? So, of course, as I said, these writings are much later, as the REKHTY were the ones to bring this consciousness forward and direct teachings in detail of this process. Right? Here's just another expression of that. And here they call it the bardo, that realm where you're in between another. Where now Tehuti, right, as the bringer of the I, as consciousness, right, light consciousness through the darkness, so you can become Aku, conscious light, right? And it speaks about the consciousness of the deceased in the days immediately following death. If reality is not recognized, if you're not conscious, then other things take place, versus the one who has knowledge, rek, of these realms. And as you go to traverse, you are gathering together the different forms of your consciousness so that you can have the eye to be able to see what's going on around you and aware of the beings that are there, and that you're able to utilize the Natiru that are guiding you through the travels. Very deep. The splendor of the sunset concluded, right? Going into the first hour. The sun nectar and his retinue descend in the night bark into an intermediate realm that separates this world from the true underworld. This transitional space represents a period of time after which the nectar will pass into AUSAR's domain of the dead through the gateway at the close of the first hour of the night. There remains a clear demarcation between this world and the next, between the realm of the day and the realm of the night, between the heights and the depth. This reflects the REKHTY knowledge of the DUAT, known as the land of silence, SEKER, and the place of truth, MAATI, where no enemy of the sun nectar nor any unauthorized being may tread. It is no surprise that the nectar shown at the end of the lower middle register is called he who seals Ptah, the earth. And here is the middle register, right, as Kepara, and you see AUSAR here on both sides. Traversing, you see the three serpents here. As you continue to move forward, you see someone standing here who is facing everyone. Who is this? Who's at the end of this first hour, the end of the first MAATI, who is, here's the hand, da, and ba, the foot, the hand and foot, hand and foot. And you see a little loop here in ta. So the da or the cha. TCHEBA, a god of the seal. The TCHEBA, which is also the word for finger. The TCHEBA or the deba is the word for finger, and it also creates the word for 10,000. It's the number 10,000, the finger, which also means to seal, to be sealed. Cheba in Shesmu, the name of a part of the magical net. So here is the sealer of Ta. The nectar at the end of the register is the only one to turn towards the general direction of Ra's course. He is the guardian of the first region. So let me introduce everyone to TCHEBA. This gate, marking the end of the first hour, is named He Who Devours All, emphasizing the importance of bearing the sun nectar's foes from entering the fields of the beyond. And so this is in another writing, right, that is commonly known as the Book of Gates, where it details the gates, the sabas, right, the SESHU, Na'at Amentet, details the journeys of the DUAT. And there's another set of writings that details out the actual doors in between. So this gets extremely deep and extremely detailed. And so here at the conclusion of the MAATI, this first hour, is CHEBA, the sealer, who's sealing up the space between the DUAT, that intermediate realm, and Ta, and earth. And the name of the gate that stands right on the other side of him is He Who Devours All. Right? Devours all things. Emphasizing the importance of not allowing the foes, the enemies of Ra, to enter into the fields of the beyond, of DUAT. Unlike the Book of Gates, the Amduat does not depict either the gate itself or its guardian. Those details are in another set of writings. Let me now seal this class with the conclusion of the middle register and the writings therein. All right, this middle register and the one that was right above it. So we see here, text above the first half of the middle register. So this text up here, and it actually starts down here at the bottom, goes forward, and then right here goes forward. The two Ma'at goddesses, MAATI, tow this netter in the night bark, passing through this gateway, the Araret, of this region. 120 miles it is that he passes after it to Ornes, whose length is 300 miles, assigning land to them, to the Natiru who are behind him. Water of Ra is the name of this field, of this Seket. So here is another name of the Seket, which is Ren Ni Seket. The name of this field is Water of Ra, Nut Ra'u. Belonging to the flames is the name of its guardian. Right? The fiery realm. Anyone can go back to my class, the Ptah Haru, a book of the dead or the book of life, where I detail out the light that is documented in detail about the DUAT, about the Neter Kurt, and the fiery light realm that it is, while simultaneously being a realm of water. Belonging to the flames is the guardian of the field, Water of Re. Right? So the Water of Re is guarded by those who belong to the flame. The Neter begins to give orders and to care for those who are in the Neter Kurt at this field, in the DUAT. So the Neter begin to give orders, the Uchu, the Ut, Medu, to order through the Medu, and to care for those who are in Imi DUAT. Arit SEKER Imi DUAT are Seket 10, the Neter DUAT at this field. Text above the second half of the middle register, this here. Gateway through which this Neter passes as a ram. He transforms himself, Keperu, after he passes through this gateway. So again, knowing the transformations of Ra, so you too can transform yourself, and you practice through having outer body experience, through astral practice, through RESI, Upesh, awakened dreams. when you look at your hands and you realize that you're in a dream state, and you're conscious, practice transforming. It takes a lot of practice. Of course, first is being able to become conscious in the dream state. And with that, you can then take your consciousness into your body and then begin an astral travel. And that is one of the most consistent ways to have astral projections, is to create subconscious triggers in yourself that allows you to recognize that you're dreaming. And with that, you're able to begin practicing how to transform yourself into different forms, as the great ancestors wrote about and taught. So after going through this gate, you transform yourself without the dead rising after him. The Metu. So the Metu is not rising after you, which is important to know, right? So how important are these teachings? They stay at this gateway, right? The Metu. They're not allowed past the sealer. But you have to be awake. You have to be conscious. You have to have the eye to be able to make it through. So they stay at this gateway, and he gives orders to the Natiru who are in this gateway. This is done at the concealment of the DUAT. So this is done at the AMENTET or AMENET net DUAT. This is done in the concealment of the DUAT. Like this holy form, Cheser Amen. This holy form is concealed. It's hidden. For what? For the few who REKHTY, who know it. Dua, for your attention. May these teachings guide you into the knowledge, the Rek of the great ancestors as masters of the Amen, the AMENTET. This is the first of a series I am bringing to the Kuru of the House of Aten, titled, and I'm not releasing that title yet. May you all see the importance of these teachings and support the SESHU sessions, the Scribal sessions. May the writings of Tehuti and the voice of Ptah awaken you. This is the writings of the Hidden Realm, Hour 1. Hotep.
Tua, great brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hotep, Tua. You done outdone yourself again, Ani. I love it, brother. Tua for the tones, great brother. I love it. Primordial said he got the Cash App. I always look forward to your teachings, brother, because you never cease to amaze me, good brother. I love now the teachings for sure, 100%. But I really enjoy seeing the advancement and the different directions in which you take us. You know, we all at different levels of understanding, and the DUAT, the Duat, the Book of Gates, these writings. Well, all of the writings, you know, I definitely appreciate a deeper understanding of them. I really do. I'm honored to be here with you, and learn from you and grow with you and watch you grow. It's really, really, really an honor and a pleasure, great brother. I love how you started it out with some tones. I love that. Always, for sure. I always love the tones. And all the way you explain the writings, brother. It's like we on Scribal Sessions 13 already. Hour 1. So how many? So what do we got to look forward to, brother? We got to look forward to all what is that? It's gonna double? What man, listen. Yeah, I love how you showed the perhays of AMENHOTEP and the father and son. I love that. I never saw those two depictions before. If I Yeah, AMENHOTEP and TEHUTIMOSE, yes. AMENHOTEP the second, right? TEHUTIMOSE the third, right? Father and son.
Yes.
Yeah, I never saw those two. I never saw those particular statues. So I love how you always come with something new, great brother, and the directions that you take us in. Definitely appreciate it. And I definitely gotta go back when I'm like really, really focused. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna watch this as I'm taking care of some business here. But yeah, just to our Hotep, brother, for that deeper understanding, because I'm you see, it's very. I can't say that I like any particular class the most. Now it's to the point where I look forward to all of your classes because they're so deep, and I know they're gonna be beyond my understanding in the moment. Right? That's not to say, that's not to take anything away from the teachings. That's just to say that I appreciate them on a level that I appreciate Saba's teachings as well. As that I think someone said it last night. I can't remember who said it, but they said that the more they learn, and then as they go back and watch Saba's classes, they're able to understand them more. Like they get a deeper understanding. And that it's like that with your classes too, great brother. I definitely have to be at the Friday classes, but I need to get them from you. I need to begin to you know, get there. I know you've shown me some things in the past that was definitely beyond I wasn't ready yet, you know, as far as the study stuff, but I'm ready now, and I'm keeping on moving. So 2 out for this great class, great brother. Hour 1, the writings of the hidden realm, brother. I love it. 2 hour Hotep. And 2 hour again for the tones, good brother. 2 hour again for the tones. I love the beats and rhymes, brother. I gotta.
Yes, Nini Ka, great brother. 2 out for your medu and appreciation. Yes, for what's taking place, and as you know, as everyone sees the meticulousness and the detail that I spend into learning this to be able to teach it properly. And yes, that's the that's part 1 of the first hour, because I didn't read any of the Natiru's names. I didn't read the conclusion of that hour and teach on that. And I just read the conclusion of the middle register and the introduction, and showed how these writings came to us. So these are the Kemetiu, the REKHTY, dedicated their lives every single day to mastering this rek. The detail that Tehuti goes into documenting all of what was just presented is an inspiration to me to be as detailed as possible, and that just slows everything down. It slows it all down in a realm where everything is speeding up. Everything is so fast. I was watching a video the other day of when computers first started to hit the masses, and you had AOL, and you had to wait for the connectivity and the phone line, and it was just, everything was just slow compared to now, where it's just like super speed, everything is fast. And learning how to slow everything down does some powerful heka'u. So to our great brother for that. And shining from the moon, Uwa Uben Im Ya, source per Imharu. That's shining from the moon. That's I literally took the writings of the Per Imharu and put it in rhyme form and put it on a beat. So when you learn the tones, you're learning the Per Imharu. So it's becomes memorized. So may you come forth as a star amongst the multitudes from afar. Be established surrounding by shining ones. Be open for you to be in the stars, the DUAT. So to our Hindu great brother, appreciate that.
Primordial, you want to go next, brother?
Yeah. I mean, you, all the classes have been great, right? Like they've been phenomenal, but this one has completely caught my attention. I've always been curious about just the teachings of the Amduat, the teachings of just after the transition, and these multiple layers that take place when one is traversing. And I have to say that I'm excited for this series. Like you got me you got me really ready for the second hour. This was phenomenal. I'm learning, like as you're teaching this, like it's new to me. I've always heard and read about just different aspects of it and different, like, sections of it, but never put together like this, and going along this journey. So yeah, you've completely caught my attention in this. I'm trying not to utilize the privilege of being part of the leadership, because I already want to talk on the side about this. Like, can I get a sneak peek into the second and third, maybe the fourth hour? But this is really good. And like I said, you have me excited, because that's one thing I've always wanted to, what one may call master it, is going into the Upesh, practicing the outer bodies, practicing to RESI. And you have my full attention. Like, this was good. And I'm excited that you decided to take Scribal SESHions into this area. And yeah, great brother Tua. And what a phenomenal idea to put the Paramheru in tones, because that's exactly I've stated something similar to that before. You see all the a lot of the educational things that's put into music. I said this stuff probably over 10 years ago. I was like, man, you know what? School would probably be easy if we put it in music form. Like, we probably remember it a little better. And I've always said that, but now before I've ever seen anything that was in music form teaching. And now you got that all over the place, right? So and it's effective too. So by you putting this type of tone out, and it's directly from the Perm Heru, like that is phenomenal. Yeah, let me know when the download's ready. Cash App sent. Say less. You know I'm first one. I'm ready. But Tua to you, great brother. I'm definitely I can't wait for the second hour, great brother. So Tua to you.
Nini Ka, great brother. Tua for your wonderful Medu. And for the attention that you put into this, and I know you see where I'm taking the sessions into the realms that are so important, but aside from Saba Tehuti and the pod class, and of course he finds a way to incorporate immortality in every class, no matter what the question is. My direct focus in the sessions are to take people deep into the Seka'u, the SESHU, as that's what the scribes always did. So I treat these like like the per Ankh that we always had, the house of life, which is where we would go to study and learn. And we started that at a very young process. And so now, wherever it is that we pick it up at, I always keep that in the forefront of my mind, my hati, to show the just the importance of that and the dedication that it takes to want to know this, to want to learn this, and practice it, and how this isn't once we have this and it's given, that we can practice it. We can begin to utilize the utterance and all the different factions of expression that we can use to really implement and practice. We don't, I know you know this, but we definitely do not want to have the transitional period be the first time we've ever attempted to do anything outside of the quote unquote physical realm. Like that's just unacceptable. And this is one of the reasons why I combat some of the especially these religious teachings, that there are no teachings of the afterlife in the Bible, that don't exist. And it's so important that we dedicate our lives to this and combat the matrix that is created to prevent us from doing that, so we can stay in the cycle, which is why I also brought up the Bardo Thodo, just to show another perspective of writings of a culture that absolutely practices consciousness outside of the body, and which was some of my very first teachings in out of Christianity, was Buddhist writings, and it assisted me a lot in learning meditation and thought practices to calm self in situations of attack, and as I spoke at prior to, going into the teachings, and how, and I sent a message to you great brothers, and because we now is an absolute time, that a focus where we need to place, because there are those who are enemies of Ra, of light, that are in full effect right now, dedicating their life to the other side of the spectrum. This is absolute fact. And I could show it. So we too have to build up as a collective our aku, so we can assist each other and protect each other, and just be there for each other during time of Isfet, because this illusion that everything is just calm, right? When you just look outside, and it's an illusion, but there's full-fledged war taking place at this moment, that we have to, and I will always consistently remind and bring to the forefront the importance of that, so we can, because just as the writings teach, there's so much of that. Once that transition takes place, it don't disappear. Like, it's here, just as the great ancestors wrote. It's just an illusion that for a lot of people who aren't able to necessarily see or connect in different type of ways, but we are all warriors, and I appreciate you, great brother, for your appreciation, and all that you do and provide. That also brings me motivation to continue to do this, outside of just myself, because this is prior to Saba Tehuti coming to the public forum. This was my focus, coming and learning into Ma'at, but learning about what is this place, what is taking place, why are certain things happening, and why aren't most people aware of what's directly in front of you. And so that has always, from the very moment of my abrupt awakening, that has been a focus for me. So now I'm able to bring it forward through teachings of the ancestors who created and dedicated their lives for thousands and thousands and thousands of years building. The great Saba just showed the Apet Asut, what people know as Karnak. 2,000 years of building that, the collective consciousness within that, and that just is so inspiring to me, while simultaneously looking out around me and seeing the reality of the distractions that take over everyone's lives, that can easily just be like, okay, let me just, it's a small group for in finding out the purpose and reason as to why and how much energy and effort should go into that, outside of those who show that they really want it, because it's extremely draining to receive this and find ways to produce it in ways that's digestible. So Hinu to you, great brother, just for your aku, your consciousness, and your words of inspiration that really helped me in continuing to move forward at the level that I do. So Ankh Jedu Seer, great brother, Tua.
Any other great brother, appreciate you.
Hotep Henu, Urson, this was amazing. First, I want to say dua for definitely the transliteration and the translation that you did, and just your alignment and your awareness is definitely next level. I love how you opened up with the digital visual, the moon and the reflection, and the water that was never before you even got into the tones. You already had set it off. I like the line in your tones when you said reestablishing what I know to be true. That in itself that's a whole book right there. That's a whole that in itself could be a whole nother series, right? That's exactly what you're talking about, is right, like not knowing what is right in front of us, right? And the distractions and the matrix and what is the word? The illusion, right? So the tones is always much appreciated and needed. So fire, all the different chambers that you represent. Definitely tour for breaking down the SESH and AUSAR AMENET. That's very powerful. Just the digging that you do, I definitely want to know the meta word for archaeologists. I feel like that's a very Greek word. I don't know. I'm gonna have to research, but the digging that you do is definitely next level. I like that first line too, the treaties of the hidden realms. That's powerful. You went into the deputy, the Ati, the Aten Tehuti is the reflection of Ra. Whew. That is that's powerful. I know you love when Saba teaches about Yah. So you went into that, and the moon as a satellite, as God. That's definitely a bar. And then when you shared, I think the adoration to Tehuti, line 5 was definitely amazing. He who satisfies Ray. Line 16, the savior of HAREMHAB. That is next level. Line 10, to him, hell of Ray, whom Ray favors. For what he does, the Neteru have become elated. The Neteru have become elated. That is very powerful. Just the whole teaching. I like how you just did it from your perspective, and what was on you. You led with your Ebe. You can definitely tell the dedication, the commitment that you have representing Neteru, just like our master teacher Saba Tehuti. So definitely much adoration to you, great brother. This is what I've been looking for, what I've been waiting for. And I think you and Saba are always teaching on immortality, and I'm just metabolizing things as I can. My interest level is very high, and I am continually trying to be grounded in a place, in alignment, so I can process and metabolize and really absorb the teachings. Because now, imagine this is what's beautiful too. We are in the house of Aten. We're like almost literally going from 0 to 100 once we've come into this energy of Saba and yourself. Like, we are getting an enormous amount of food, right? An enormous amount of healing and information. Now, regardless of what else is going on in our realm, in our energy, are we in a solid place to receive it? So, because like, you know, I'm like always thinking about what the other brothers are teaching, what I'm learning on my own, and what I'm going to share in my exploration. And so a beautiful thing is happening, as well as just being in the right place at the right time, and be able to take it all in, and just being obedient and sticking with it. So Henu, great brother, this is definitely a great teaching, and we appreciate you being calm and working through the technical difficulties in the beginning, and the eyelash getting in your eye. Yo, we fighting back. So it's a beautiful thing. So Henu Hotep to you, great brother.
Henu Hotep, to our great brother, for your wonderful Medu. I know you appreciate any writings of Tehuti. Have you ever come across the chapter 182 that I read at the intro?
No.
Yes. So, yeah, it's very powerful writings of declaring the declaration of Tehuti, and it's so very powerful. And yes, that the statue, the Tut of HAREMHAB, where it states directly that Tehuti goes into the Neterkert and brings the information back, is just so profound to me, and showing it in the destruction of mankind. You know, we've read these stories, but just like we always say, you know, there's layers and levels to what we receive from what's being read. You can read something, and I do this myself. I can read something 40 times, and each time I'll receive something different or new that I didn't receive before. And that's especially looking at the Medu. And so having that as a direct source to show that the Cometians acknowledged Tehuti as someone who was able to traverse these different realms and bring the information back, is extremely profound. And we see this getting, talked about in different things, and you see it in the Emerald Tablets, but to find it in the Medu is not easy, because they destroy so much, and you have to really, there's a lot that goes into being able to tie that together. So, and I know you love and appreciate anything that speaks about Tehuti, and just as Tehuti was the first netter that assisted me in my process of awakening, and when I had questions, this was 9 years ago when I first started to really ask, what is this? What is happening? I'm seeing something take place, and it's like no one recognizes it. What is this? It was Tehuti who started to teach me in the realm that he has mastered, and to bring me different sets and of knowledge of what was happening. And during that time is something that I recognize is real heavy right now. If it wasn't for that period in time, I wouldn't be able to see what's happening right now, and to be able to relay that to everyone. So to Ahinu, to you, great brother, just for your Ebe and your purity that you come forth as, and all that you do to bring forth the teachings of the great ancestors, and showing the importance of these writings, and you know, I've self-proclaimed you a hymnetter because of your love for the what people today know as the priesthood, right? Being a hymnetter is something that is necessary today, especially a hymnetter that understands that the Natiru were real beings. So I hear a hymnetter say, I'm a hymnetter Tepi. The Natiru are not real. The Natiru don't exist. And that's just such a contradiction. So to our great brother for your Medu and your works that you're doing. You and the other great brothers here on the panel are such a big inspiration to me, and a source of energy that I can pull from to continuously bring the detailed depth that goes into organizing these classes, and the sessions, and the tones, and the artistry, right? And your appreciation for that, your appreciation for the actual himut, the craftsmanship that goes into this. And as an artist, I'll put that into the totality of my actual existence. I put so much into the presentations, the subconscious imagery, the tones, but my artistry expands outside of that. And it's like a living thing itself. It's a living consciousness. And your love for that and culture, and always pushes me to continuously bring that at different levels, because you always point out certain things that I subconsciously place, or I place there for the subconscious, and you always point it out. So Hinu and Tua to you, great brother. Uncle Jasineb to you. Hotep Marie, appreciate you greatly.
Yuck.
Okay. Yes, Hotep Hinu, everyone. Peace, Boots. He says, yes, I was in Saba's first pod class with Scribe and a few other members of the House of Aten. And Scribe really imbues the Natiru and is a Nefer echo of Great Saba Tehuti, Hotep Tua Neter Ani Ptah Tehuti. Hotep Tua to you, great brother. Appreciate those very powerful words, and recognizing what you see, great brother. Tua for being here in this session here. Always great to see you in the chat. Amun Ka Tehuti says, Hotep Marie and Amunet Kat. Oh, every time I see one message, I look for the other. So let's read back and forth. Hotep Marie Tua Orsen Ani, for these vital teachings and writings you brought forth tonight from the ancestors. Hinu, great Sinu, Sin and Sinet, Amun and Amunet. Appreciate you. Tua, Angela Gates, great class. Tua, Nefertatin. Oh, and she put roses and she put 100s. 100. Tua, Angela Gates, great sister. Appreciate you as always. Uncle Jasineb. And Nefertatin Seket Au Kamet Sefek. Much like we must keep feeding ourselves, so too we must continue to Hotep give offering, Hoteps to the ancestors. Hunger exists beyond bellies and stomach. Bread, it's the beauty of the Ka. Absolutely. All right. Let me post the link if anyone would like to come up and give a few words everyone is supporting this session here. Let me post a link. Ooh, that's the wrong one. Okay, there we are. There's the link to come onto the panel. Join us up here. And let us hear some of your thoughts on Scribal session number 13. All right. Yes, I appreciate everyone greatly for being here and for your attention in this session here. And for just taking Ma'at serious. Like, this is it's really real out here. So, it's difficult to see, to watch certain things. But when you have the proper rec, you can, fight back, as we illustrate in these sessions here. And so yes, to our Hindu great brothers, if anyone wants to speak or build, to our, I'll give a few moments for those to hit the link.
I just want to acknowledge you publicly shared that you're doing a transliteration. Did I hear that correct?
Of anything, do you have any more detail? Yeah, I do a lot of transliteration.
Okay, well, we ain't got to get into it. I was just trying to confirm what I heard.
Yes, I'm doing a lot of so when y'all see the Medu on there, I literally typed that out myself, and transliterated, so that way when doing research in these different dictionaries, we can just dig deeper. But yes, at the Pathways to Awakening, I gave the offering to Saba Tehuti. I'm not sure who was around me at the time when I was explaining to him what it was, but yeah, I gave him the very first printout of what I've been doing, and I share with you brothers, in the earlier stages of doing that with the Ptah Aten of Mehi Pare, taking the papyrus, and transcribing that, which is extremely difficult. Like, it's extremely difficult because you have to learn the handwriting of the scribe, and which symbols he uses, and there's multiple spellings, so it's very difficult. But yes, transcribing that and transliterating it and translating it, the Ptah Aten of Mehi Pare, which the House of Aten will be the holder of that. And again, I haven't found, any recent works that actually do that. You'll find, like when I show the Ptah Aten that I use, that has all the chapters in it. It's just the transliteration and the English translation, but there's no Medu. So it's very difficult to find that now. That's something that the older Egyptologists and translators were doing, being able to have all three. But for some reason, that's been lost out of Egyptology today, where they don't do that. So that's why I do it, and as much as I can, even in these classes, and taking it from the walls and the papyrus and putting it in digitized form so we can see them clearly. So yes, there's a lot of it was a long process to begin to master that, but I'm in a space now where I can type out Medu as fast as typing English. It just comes with practice.
Sure, great brother, for sharing that.
There's Nini Uk. Okay, let me I see Hush Nation in the back. Oh, and there's Ptah Aten as well. Okay. All right, mic check.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, Hotep, great brother.
Hotep family, big up on yourself, big Ma'at, big Marie. Big love to us for another NEFA presentation. Appreciate the hecker, like always, you know. Definitely appreciate the consistency. That build with the DUAT there. That was some crazy knowledge, you know. It's beyond knowledge, cause you're going into opening them other realms and thing, you know. So that was definitely deep, you know. And that was just the first hour, so you know, that's just 6 to 7, so we have the whole other 11 hours to go. Yeah, that was real never. And with the same thing with Tehuti being a reflection of Ra. Yeah, man, that was off the chain. And the tones. Appreciate the tones, my brother. Appreciate the tones so much. Legendary tones. One tone alone better than enough albums others listen to, you know. So I definitely appreciate that. The Scribal SESHions so dope. I still ain't finished with that yet, you know. So I'll be lying if I say I can't wait till these tunes drop, because I ain't finished with Scribal SESHions yet, you know. But I definitely appreciate the big tunes, the big tunes, and another NEFA presentation, my brother. Big salute, big Ma'at, big love, big Hotep.
Yes, great brother. Tuahinu to you. Appreciate you greatly. And yes, always coming up on the panel and letting yourself be seen and heard. Yeah, it was wonderful to build with you and to see, see what the great Fix is cooking up as well. So appreciate that. And yes, the tones are in the works, and especially now after the conclusion of the pathways. And there's a couple shifts that I'm making in my Ankh to be able to bring that forward. You know, if it was, if all I had to do was produce tones and study, that's what I would do, and teach, of course. So I want to, and I am making that more of a priority, which it always has been, but there's a lot that also has to be done as well. So I appreciate you for appreciating the tones. Yeah, I was going to perform that at the Pathways live. With some other tones as well. So just wasn't able to get to it. But I do want to, there's many things. So I look forward to when I'm able to perform for you all live again. The first Pathways was great. And, you know, the next time that we are, whether it's the next Pathways or if we all come forward together and find a way to get together prior, you know, one of my favorite things to do is perform, especially in intimate settings. There's a lot of hekau, big hekau that goes into that. So Tuahinu to you, great brother, Hush Nation, SEKER Nation. Appreciate all that you're doing, great brother, and just your purity and your ebe, and just hearing about your transformation that you are currently taking place, that's taking place within you. That's very Nefer. I'm so very excited for you, that, you know, for you to be where you're at now, and just to hear you speak, and just to feel your ebe, great brother. It's an honor. So Tuahotep to you.
New York, brother. New York. Tua same way here.
All right, wonderful. Nefertatin, Seket, Au, Kamet, Sefket. Are you there? Great sister. Mic check to Nefertatinet.
Hotep, apologies there. Just had to clear something. This class, I wasn't able to fully be consistently present throughout it, but very grateful for the platform being created here and the ability we have to catch replays and watch it after the fact. But the parts that I did see, really grateful for the fleshing out of the Shem, or the apologies, escapes me the true name of the DUAT, so I'll say Imi DUAT. And that's really important for us to know, like, so much about the travels and the works of the Natiru. And this really helps me understand Tehuti better, and the beauty of the moon, and the position that he's carried, and why he is where he is with such prominence in Ma'at, and as well the mindset and the actions that we have to take in religion, right? It's heaven or hell, and you're doing nothing. Like, no, that is definitely not what occurs here. So very potent teaching about aspiring to be a REKHTY, DUAT and Ptah for these studies, which, yes, is research and papyruses and seba'it, but it's also much more beyond that. And there is no there's no instruction manual, I know, for you to do the things that you do and go where you go. So Tua, for you bridging that back to us and giving us a chance at things that nowhere else in the world we could find. So that's something to be grateful for, and really aid and equip us in our upeshes.
Tua very much for that. And yes, it's the SESHU, right? The writings, Na or in, Na At AMENHOTEP. SESHU Na'at AMENHOTEP, the Treatise of the Hidden Realm. So yes, Tua for your Nefermedu and appreciation, and I look forward to hearing a more detailed exploration from you when you're able to re-listen. And there's a lot that went into that I know that you will appreciate. So Tua for your words and still tuning in and coming up on the panel and letting me hear your Medu. Appreciate you all greatly.
Minika.
All right. So now I will share the support to everyone who sent in support for this session, and then we will begin the closeout. Oh, I can do it here in Video Ninja. All right, here we are. All right, and first, we'll start with Amun. Keep doing that. Amun and Amunet. Drop that down. $10 for Hotep Marie Tua Orsin Ani for the wreck of Heku M Duat. With the Makait there. Hotep Marie to you, Nini Uk, for your just appreciation and being here in the classes and soaking in this great rec. And I know that is going to be great benefit for you in your practices. So Tua Hotep to you, Amun and Amunet. Next we have TCHEBA Sejem Ma'ach Hemet Pa'uku, who sends in $10 for tip for the first hour. Tua Orsin Ani Hinu Ra'ib. Tua, great brother, for that. Yes, you already know what it is, great brother. Tua Hinu. Robert E. Williams Jr. sends in 2072 for, oh, I like this. Call me the fan bearer. Tua for your teachings. R. Tua, great brother. Appreciate that, and I love that you said that. Call me the fan bearer. Absolutely, Hinu to you. Yes, Nini Ka. I appreciate you and your appreciation as always for the sessions and for the Sebai, the teachings. Great brother. And this is, let's start on this side first. Let's conclude for this class. Ba Satut Maka Ox Effect, who sent in 2072 for Hotep Scribal Sessions number 13. Hinu Dua Or Sin. Hinu to you, great Ba Satut. Appreciate you, great brother, and all that you do, great brother. Tua Hinu, just for everything, Hotep. And we have the great brother on the panel, Fix, sends in 666. Tua Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti for another historical scribal session. Sekem Hotep my legend, Tua for the tones as well. Big Tune, Mo Fire, Mo Ma'at. Hinu, great brother, for appreciating and supporting the class. And yeah, I'm very excited for you, great brother. So Tua Hinu for your support. All right, next is Nook Poo, since in 333 for Hotep Marie, Ku Eve, Nefer, Neter, Ani, Ptah Aten Tehuti, Hotep Ma'at, Hotep Marie. Great brother. Yes, Tua Hinu to you and all the works that you're doing and all the things that you do in your space to come forward as you do. Great brother, I appreciate you and your artistry as well, great brother. Tua. All right, and now we'll go to support that was sent for last week's class and last week's reading that the great Atefrem Kim Ma'at brought forward. This is from Robert Williams, 2072, for Tef's reading of The Lion in Search of Man. Again, great brother, Tua for supporting these classes and every class that we bring forward, and reading and movie, and the House of Aten is hitting every angle. So it's a beautiful thing. Tua for supporting Atef and his creation of the Lion in Search of Man, which he actually showed after the first part, the longer extended version of the eye coming forth from Ra, Tefnut coming forth. So Tua, great brother, for that. Gabriela Lopez, who sends in 999 for Nefer reading, Purple Eve, Tua Atef, for that reading. Tua for you, Gabriela, for supporting. Much Uncle Jasaneb to you. Hope you're well. And baby Aset is strong and healthy. Tua for all that you are doing, seen and unseen, and for supporting our great Sin, Jed, so he can continue to come forward as he does. Tua to you, and just supporting our great brother in the House of Aten and the teachings, and taking the teachings serious, and understanding the importance of Ma'at to really raise the young ones in a space where they have the highest opportunity of freedom. So to our great Gabriela, and for leading by example. Hinu to you. And so this is the Meru, the great supporters of the House of Aten, for this class and for last class as well. So let's give them a round of applause. Oh, you there, Tef?
You're on mute, great brother Tef. If you're trying to speak or play any sound.
You gotta keep teaching like this. You don't nobody really want no smoke.
I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, we need to bring that one back. Because Tef's finna smoke them out. So
don't nobody really want no smoke.
Yes, Tua Hinu to all the great Meru supporters of the House of Aten. Love you all greatly. Much gratitude, Uncle Jasinep, to you all. All right. And so, yes, we can begin the conclusions. And I shall start. Let me come to the... See if I can... Okay, there we go. Fix myself here. All right. Hotep Ma'at, Ankh Jed Usir, Tua for your attention. Without your attention, this does not exist. Much Marie, gratitude and appreciation to everyone who's here with us and supports these classes and comments and shares the classes out, takes the teachings and re-listens to them over and over again to begin to embed it within the subconscious. Tua to you all. I'm very thankful to have those around me that are just powerful Bas, very sacred Jesser, Kaz. So my gratitude is extremely high. And it's you all who really give me a strong sense of inspiration and motivation to take what's in here in the mind and bring it forward for those who really want it. And these sessions are just a testament of what's within the EEB and expressions of that. And I'm just happy to be able to share them with those who appreciate it, so that it can be experienced outside of me. So Tua, much love and gratitude. The Jed Usir, Sekim M Arit, Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatuna Tiru, Pert Entetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Hotep Ma'at.
Peace, peace. Hotep Henu. Once again, great brother Ani. Definitely appreciate a phenomenal presentation today. Wonderful class. Like I said, definitely excited for the second hour. But in the meantime, I would definitely play this one back to, focus on things that maybe I didn't understand quite well receiving it. But for the most part, yeah. This is an exciting series, and I just appreciate the consistency and the passion and all the wonderful Mary that you have for the Natiru, which echoes for the House of Aten. So Tua to you, great brother. Appreciate all of you all who are on the panel, always supporting, always expressing your wonderful Eeb and giving great Medu. Tua to everybody in the chat for showing up. Tua to all the supporters. Tua to everybody that's watching in the future. Definitely grateful Hindu and Hotep to our great Saba Tehuti AMENHOTEP Ra. Shouts out, big ups to the whole House of Aten. Just wonderful Mary. As always, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rides and shine forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jed Sejim Ma'ahimti Paud Ku, Hotep Mary.
Love that addition.
We going Ptah Aten next?
Sure. Ptah Aten, are you there? Well, she's probably traveling.
Okay, we want to go Hush Nation, me, and then it's F. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I could close out in the meantime while Ptah Aten get ready. Yeah, it's big love, Big Marie. Appreciate being on the panel with the family. I appreciate all you letting me be on the panel, you know. Big salute to Menku. Big salute to Atef. I appreciate all you a whole lot. Big salute to Sejem. Big salute to Ptah Aten, Seket, Annie. You don't know my brother. Appreciate you a whole lot. Appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody who watching in the future, watching on TikTok. Everybody big up by yourself, Sekim, you know, and prosperity. And yeah, Mosa came to push this Ma'at to the masses, you know. So big love, Hotep Marie. Salute.
Peace, Hotep. Supreme adoration to our master teacher Saba Tehuti. Peace and love to the chat. Supreme adoration to the brothers on the panel, the leadership. Yeah, I'm really happy you did this teaching, Ani Ptah, and I appreciate your courage and your tenacity and your fight. Because I know that you dealt with a little bit of interference with your immune system. So I'm glad you're feeling well and you fought through that. So you can bring this to the masses. This is definitely a bullseye. You definitely hit the target. I was feeling a huge need for the House of Aten, including myself, to take it next level on our focus and prioritizing immortality. And you came through in a major way. And so it's a beautiful thing to be ahead of the synchronicity, for your dedication and your commitment and your leadership. You cannot, there's some levels of leadership you cannot teach. Either you have it or you don't. And you definitely have it, great brother. So I appreciate all you brothers who are locking arms with our master teacher Saba Tehuti and the Neteru. To represent the Neteru is a very high calling. And so I will end with the adoration to Tehuti. Come to me, Tehuti, O noble ibis. Come to me and give me counsel to make me skillful in your calling. He who masters it is found fit to hold office. Fate and fortune are to be found with you. Inu Hotep, Hotep Marie.
Hotep Marie.
Hotep.
Oh, okay, there we go. Hotep.
Yes, too. I can't raise my hand, so apologies for the interruption, but I can give a closing, and I'll just weave from what Menku shared about that and that ability and that opportunity that we have to be vessels, be hands, be living shrines of the Neteru. It definitely is there for us if we so choose to not only support the movement and support Ma'at, but live with it. So classes like this are really amazing for that. And as well, it's a thing that is earned by action as well. You know, there's always a thing of talent, right? Like you're either born with it or you're not. And there's a saying, right? The hard work outdoes the talent. So Tua, Annie, for all of the work that you do daily to bring this forward. And it definitely makes me ponder, and it grows my desire to refine my own ability to navigate and work within the SESHU, Na'at, AMENTA. And Saba teaches so much about our daily lives, right? In this world as practice for the DUAT, and this makes me see it in the reverse as well, of refining and bringing things forth from the AMENTA to help me out day to day here. I feel like that's a pathway and a sob for me that's open to guide and strengthen me. So I'm happy for that sob to come forward and just work with these teachings. And the hours of the night have always been of interest to me. And this class, for the portions that I got, were very abundant. So I'm just gonna grab the little pieces that I can and be content with that. So Pakem, I am complete.
Hotep Ma'at, Tua for everyone's closing. A tef from Kim Ma'at, you there, great brother?
Hotep, yes I am. That's everybody?
Yes, it is.
Hotep, peace and love, everybody. This was a great class. Again, thank you for that powerful class on the Amduat. Definitely appreciate you, great brother, and everyone that supports. Definitely looking forward to hour 2, of course. Look forward to all your classes, great brother, and the Nefa tones that you bring forth. Hotep Henu to our master teacher Saba Tehuti, AMENHOTEP Ra. Henu to the great brothers on the panel, to Jed, Minku, Hush Nation, the great sister Nefa Aten, and of course my great brother Ani Ptah. With that, we'll close as we began with our beautiful affirmation. From today's teachings, and the majesty of this Natiru said, call to me the Neter Tehuti. And one brought the Neter to him forthwith. And the majesty of this Neter said unto Tehuti, let us depart to a distance from heaven, from my place, because I would make light, and the Neter of light, Ku, in the Tuat and in the land of caves. Thou shalt write down the things which are in it, and thou shalt punish those who are in it. That is to say, the workers who have worked iniquity or rebellion. Unki Ma'at, Un-NS, Nintet or Set Ma'at, Menhepapet Ma'at, Her Inhuqui, Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
I don't play with pseudos.
Nev never unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Yo, let's go.
then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move, but my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement and motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed? Eating alkaline at this time, fasting rezo shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, fear had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of states effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.